Can you see the chat box? Someone was asking whether you are on mute. You need to share the screen. I change about the slides. Slide and you can change the slide. Here's the slide.
So I think that I should start, then the rest will come. So welcome to everybody to this technical session. In fact, I see that they are all invited speakers, so invited talk session in that sense. And we follow this order that we have. Out of this four, one speaker is unavailable, is not able to come. So we have three speakers. Everyone has half an hour. And so if you have any questions, better that either you have any particular question you may ask while the talks will be delivered. And at the end, we have some questions. So I will request all the speakers to talk about 20 to 25 minutes, so that at least 5 minutes available for questions. So the first speaker, I request Professor Mohammed, PH Mohammed, Maulana Azad National University of Hyderabad. Topic: social networks, rural entrepreneurship, and regional development.
Respected Chair, Dr. Tarun Kaviraj, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Friends, let me start this talk today on the topic social networks, rural entrepreneurs, and regional development. With a small note of heartfelt congratulations to the organizers of this sociological research unit, both ISI Kolkata and ISI Delhi, for choosing such a wonderful and interesting theme titled Entrepreneurship for Inclusive Growth and Sustainable Development as part of this National Rural Entrepreneurship Summit 2024. Because why I'm saying this, why we have to congratulate the team for choosing this theme is that entrepreneurship, how important the entrepreneurship, the concept of entrepreneurship has become. We have heard of the keynote speaker in the morning, and also we are reading very much. In this context, friends, the importance of entrepreneurship or the entrepreneur in the present context of initiatives and taken up by the government of India is very much appealing. Although the attempts to build up contingent of trained youth and vis-a-vis the educational contingent, educated personnel, vis-a-vis entrepreneurs, to meet the changing situations of the demand created in the economy is not new. It has been there in the Indian scenario, and it is quite old. But in the present context, why it is important is that I'll outline three important factors for this. One is that the government of India in the early 90s has introduced a structural reforms program. The government planned to mold Indian industry to cope with international competitiveness. In this regard, certain administrative changes also were brought in, paving the way for new firms to enter into the Indian scenario, in the Indian industrial sector, and for existing Indian industries to expand, modernize, or diversify their operations. This is being one factor. The next one is that the modernization of India project that has been initiated almost 3 decades back has generated an utmost interest, necessitating the requirement of a skilled and trained, educated youth. Accordingly, there are certain flagship programs such as Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, and also there are schemes like Amrut, Mega Food Parks, Atmanirbhar Oil Seeds Program, Employment Linked Incentive Schemes, New Skill Program, Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan, and also the trade guarantee schemes for MSMEs, etc. These are announced by the governments in line with what have been the initiative it has taken up. The third factor is that the diversification of professions and dynamic economic structures which have been evolving in the country of India, in the Indian economy, and of course Indian society and culture for quite some time. As I said, 3 decades back. Another important aspect we can see is the Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat, I'm sure all of you are aware of what is Viksit Bharat. It means making India a developed entity by the year 2047 by encompassing various dimensions such as economy, environment, good governance, and special progress. So, friends, in this context of entrepreneurship and the dimensions, the pushed us to take up entrepreneurship, speak about entrepreneurship. I think we need to know, we need to understand, we need to speak of what is entrepreneurship first. Entrepreneurship, all of you are aware, entrepreneurship was coined by Richard Cantillon. The practitioners of social behavioral management sciences have tended entrepreneurship in different ways, and they defined it in such a way that the principal determinants of entrepreneurial performance fall within the dimension. I will come to this point next. I will explain what confusion is arising or whether any anonymity with regard to defining entrepreneurship. But there have been various dimensions about the entrepreneurship. Thus, friends, the studies brought out some of the important aspects of entrepreneurial abilities, such as the perception of market opportunities, gaining command over scarce resources. When you talk about entrepreneurship, these things come to our mind. Also marketing of the product and responding to competition, also one of the traits that entrepreneur or entrepreneurship carries, what we are highlighting. And also management of human relations within the firm, management of customer and supplier relations, finance mobilization, upgrading process and product quality. These are the aspects that we generally remember as to assign to the role of entrepreneur. So, given these aspects, given these dimensions involved in defining entrepreneurship, friends, if I ask a question to the audience and participant X, he may say entrepreneurship is related to perseverance and hard work. Similarly, if I ask the participant Y as to what is entrepreneurship, he or she may say it is the risk-taking ability. So another one say Z participant, he or she may answer it to be the high aspiration prevalent in an individual or a community, society or a nation. Similarly, Y, another participant may put it to be willingness to accept the change. So these are the several dimensions, several aspects imbibed in entrepreneurship when we defining it. Maybe probably somebody try to understand it, there is a confusion. They may say that there is a confusion in understanding entrepreneurship because someone is say something and someone else is saying some other thing and someone else is saying some other thing. So there is no anonymity or there is confusion about depending on entrepreneurship. I'm sorry for that. So this situation, the thrust of many studies on entrepreneurship in an individual or a community or society ranged from familistic sentiments, socialization practices, values, migration, and other structural aspects are there. Uh, so, despite of all these things, there is lack of anonymity as to what entrepreneur means, and in fact, given the multifaceted nature of the concept, defining entrepreneurship is parallel with the phrase of hunting the hippolymph. So, Peter Kilby, in the words of Peter Kilby, in 1971, what he says, it is like he paralleled the process of defining entrepreneurship as hunting the hippolymph. What is the hunting the hippolymph? The hippolymph is rather a large and important animal. It has been hunted by many individuals using various ingenious trapping devices, but no one so far has succeeded in capturing it. All who have caught sight of it report that it is enormous, but they disagree on its particularities. Not having explored his current habitat with sufficient care, some hunters have used it as bait, their own favorite dishes, and have then tried to persuade people that what they caught was hifala. So, however, few are convinced that but search is still going on. See, this is what the the confusion or the lack of anonymity in defining the concept of entrepreneurship. What Peter Kilby says about he parallel the notion of entrepreneurship with defining hunting the hippolymph. Friends, whatever may be the background and the story and story about the concept of it, entrepreneurship is considered to be considered as an attribute to adapt to the changing market situations. If we combine all these aspects, if we combine all these dimensions, what the final aspect evolves is that it is an attribute uh, to adapt to the changing market situations against many diverse situations. So, finally, what we can understand is we understand the entrepreneurship is the kingpin in the growth process. He or she is a catalyst or propeller to change, and also whatever might be the supply and potentiality of other factors, nothing happens until the factor of nothing happens until entrepreneurship is combined has combined all these factors, and hence, friends, the entrepreneurs are considered to be the persons of vision, drive, and talent who seek out opportunities and promptly seize them for exploitation. Also, they contribute immensely for the rise of the material well-being of any venture by their relatives or endeavors, by their restless endeavors. I'm sorry. So, given this background, I am sure all of you are from different disciplines, different backgrounds, different subjects. You have your own understanding of about the concept of entrepreneurship and what is its role in development and what is its contribution to the economy and science and technology, and bringing forward to forward the nation all these aspects. But what what is observed is that entrepreneurship has been relegated to either managerial aspects or economic aspects or kind of technological aspect. So what has been missing? What had been missing is that there was hardly any attention to understand entrepreneurship from the point of view of society, that is sociological and anthropological understanding of entrepreneurship was lacking. In this, so we fail to see the importance of certain sociological and anthropological factors lying in making the enterprises successful. So looking certain entrepreneurial pursuits we understand as to what lies in different occupational groups, responding differently to new entrepreneurial opportunities that penetrate into the local economic and market environments. Sociological studies have demonstrated that it requires socio-cultural conditions to give form and direction to individual potentials. According to them, individuals or communities or societies measuring high on the motivation scale would become successful entrepreneurs. They focus on certain social and cultural factors that are propitious for entrepreneurship. Say Max Weber in 1958, Hegel in 1971, Young in 1971 again. These scholars have focused their attention on sociological aspects in bringing out entrepreneurship or talking about entrepreneurship. And also many of the researchers focus that the presence of some social groups featured by certain stereotypes, traditions, occupational directions, attitudes, and social positions, sponsor or streamline development activity in various parts of the country. They highlighted that such social groups would always have socio-cultural advantages for succeeding entrepreneurially. According to them, friends, the cultural norms of behavior embedded in an ethnic group having an efficient social structure will facilitate mutual aid and cooperation among the members. It may be noted here that the local traditions and culture equally sponsor the motivation for entrepreneurship. So, apart from this, a review of literature also have reviewed some books also as part of this speech. It confirms that anthropological studies on entrepreneurship are scanty. Suppose except for the like theoreticians, sociologists, there are hardly any studies. So when we flash an anthropological and sociological outlook into entrepreneurship and successful entrepreneurs, exploring into what makes the sections or particular occupational groups turn innovative and adaptable to the changes and more enterprising, we note that it is the certain endogamous groups who do this. This is rather against the argument that it often made that the primordial attachments such as the caste-based occupations, kinship affiliations, act as stumbling blocks in the development of entrepreneurship to pursue technological innovation. So, contrary to what has been seen in the literature, what has been raised in the discussed in the literature, stating that the caste-based occupations, kinship affiliations, and several primordialities are coming in the way of any occupation or any entrepreneurship. This is against this backdrop. There have been studies highlighting that the caste-based occupations also are contributing to the development. There is a lot of necessity requirement to look into several aspects of caste and caste-based occupations and kinship affiliations and all. In this background, friends, my research, which I had conducted a long back and refreshed with the latest knowledge also, I present a discussion on a place called, the weaving communities in a place called Emmiganur in Andhra Pradesh state. My study attempted to understand the dynamics of entrepreneurship among the handloom weavers of a village called Gudekal. The weavers there are affiliated to the Emmiganur Weavers Cooperative Society. In this village, weaving is a cottage industry undertaken by both the traditional and non-traditional weaver castes and our community members. Particularly in a situation like handloom weaving, a small-scale entrepreneur has to take on himself or herself the role of both technician and the manager. Hence, to understand the dynamics of entrepreneurship among the handloom weavers, I have taken up an in-depth study analysis outlining the entrepreneurial performance from an anthropological perspective. Further, as part of this, the identification and examination of the role of social institutions, that is family, kinship, marriage, etc., also helped me in providing an insight into the influence of social structure upon entrepreneurship in the particular society. the study area Mignur has been center for variety and quality of cotton products, and it has carved a place for itself in the Indian handloom industry. A well-established and popular cooperative society called Mignur Weavers Cooperative Society has brought this handloom industry in Kurnool district into limelight. In fact, the members of this society among the best organized in the handloom industry, and they also enjoy the benefits of ideal cooperative society in terms of working capital, marketing, technical guidance, and other welfare measures. But it is interesting to look into how these communities could be able to enjoy these benefits. Is the aspect that I have provided as part of my study. Uh, so, I have brought in the social networks, rural entrepreneurship, and regional development. How these are intermingled, how these are sponsoring to each other, how these social relations, how the social networks and kinship networks are contributing to rural entrepreneurship vis-a-vis to the regional development of the region. So the few communities, although there are a list of communities who are associated with the handloom weaving in the area, like Patnasale, these are the caste names: Togata Sale, Sakula Sale, Devangam, and Muslim community, Telaga, and Boya. Among these communities, only Kurini community members are excelled better in the occupation. So this is what the aspect I have brought out. Why this particular community, why these particular community members are more associated with this uh, handloom weaving industry and also cooperative society. Although the dwindlings have been happening in the membership of the YWCS, Women or Viewers Cooperative Society, why they are more, why the dropouts from the memberships are more among other communities, and why not in the Kurini caste community. This is what I have relegating the entrepreneurship to these communities that I have discussed. So, it was focused that the weavers, particularly Kurini members from Emmanuel area, had brought market for their products. During their visits to their kinsmen to attend life cycle rituals and other social functions, these community members had observed the marketability of 20 count sari. It is particular type of sari. It is 20 count means the lesser count or numbers are there, the more durable it is, more thicker it is. So they noted that there is lot of demand in Mysore region for 20 count sarees. These people came back to Eminur because they observed it as part of their social visits to that area, because Eminur happened to be part of Mysore region, Karnataka in the past, and it happened to be falling in the Andhra Pradesh region as part of first SRC. State Reorganization Commission as part of that. So their social relations continued in Mysore region. Whenever they were visited, they could realize that the particular type of area has no demand for there because of the people, plantation workers working in the coffee plantation. There are numerous coffee plants in Mysore region. So because they will be coarse, the coffee plantation sticks will be coarse. The cloth you are wearing should withstand. It should not tear up. So, noting that the particular type of saree is in more demand in that area, these people came back and they introduced that particular type of sarees in their occupation also, in their handloom weaving also. Because that region also where they are living, there are also more cotton farm workers. Cotton farm also is equally, coarse. So that's true. The cloth the labor should wear while working in the farms should be sufficient to should withstand the sticks, because they may spoil, they may tear up. So these are the aspects that as part of so we clearly see how social networks have been sponsored in bringing a change, bringing entrepreneurship. Just because of that, and whereas several other aspects, although there was a crisis in handloom industry, this industry survived. Another example I will state that all these weavers they formed into YWCs. As I said that they are working as part of our Immunity Weavers Cooperative Society. They demonstrated the role of caste and kinship in entrepreneurship and the formation of this cooperatives only. Because the leader who happened to be from their community, there was more response towards combining, towards joining into the cooperative society and facing the. I have time. Okay, I'll take 5 minutes. Yeah. So, but friends, what happened? You understand what happened to the cotton and small scale industries. What happened these days? So, apart from the globalization, as part of globalization, and or you say it is part of modernization and whatever it is. So, many of the rural industries have been collapsed. But this is not an exception at that time, because when you get a cloth, good quality, good beautiful, attractive cloth in the mill-made cloth for cheaper rate, who will buy the handloom weaving cloth? So to weave one sari, it takes them 1 week, but within 1 week in a factory you will produce thousands of saris. So cotton weaving industry was not able to face the stiff competition that was in the market that time. So to face the competition, these weavers in this area they introduced silk weaving. So why I am bringing this aspect is that there is a shift from cotton weaving to this adaptability, yeah, the ability to move according to the situation. This handloom weaving industry turned into silk weaving, then started attracting the customers from various corners of the country and other countries also. They started, and there one the not only that individually they started this silk weaving industry, but later, yes, they had established the Women Weavers Cooperative Society, combining all the caste group. Similar way, they also formed into the Silk Weavers Cooperative Society, because they have to capture the linkages, market linkages. In Women Weavers Cooperative Society, as part of procuring the cotton material, cotton yarn, and all that, they had established linkages in Salem, Tamil Nadu, Delhi, and Haryana kind of places. So what happened here also, to make the social linkages, social relations, social linkage, make the linkages, market linkages sustain, these people they formed into cooperative society, because cooperative society will be a comeback, a, what do you call, combined effort. They can put the resources together and bargain with the people. Similarly, if there are master weavers who could establish relations with this market, and if one person is going to sell their product to the market, he requires a lot of resources. But if same person collects all the material and goes to the market for selling, he requires the same resources. So their profitability is increased, and there was a rotation of the people going to those places, marketplaces. Each time, one person or group of people are going. So not one person, all the people who are involved in silk weaving could establish their market linkages. See, this is a kind of exposure that has been brought due to the cooperative effort initiated by these people. So, friends, an entrepreneurial culture that we are speaking in the morning also. And also atmosphere flowers in situations where there exists an organization to reassure reduction in perceived risk to the entrepreneurship. What we have seen in the cooperative society in 1938 and as well as the cooperative society of silk weavers. The because the establishment of or formation of such organizations prepares the entrepreneur to manage the enterprise through the management of social relations, and trains him or her in different aspects of entrepreneurship. So, friends, finally, I'll just take 1 minute. Generally viewed, the traditional factors help. Uh, So weaving all these from the point of view of entrepreneurship and change or adaptability, the traditional factors helped the traditional weaver caste that had been practicing weaving for generations. It is interesting to note that among the traditional weaver caste, it was Kurini caste, which showed better performance in the weaving enterprise. Their increasing level of participation and the kind of attachment to the profession revealed their performance in the enterprise. The main reason was that the Kurni had the advantage of widespread kinship networks in the weaving enterprise. They are basically a large extended and close-knit kinship group and have kinship relations in several places. Due to strong kinship bonds and caste attachments, the meager resources were shared among the inner circles of relatives only. So these are the because when you look at the entrepreneurship, generally we need not to look at it from the point of view of management discipline or economics discipline or technology discipline. There are other aspects also, and when entrepreneur is there, it is up to him. It depends on how he utilizes the social resources also. Like what it happened in the case of forming the Emini Viewers Cooperative Society. One person taken up this movement and he roped his people, his castemen, his kinsmen into that, and thus turning that venture into a very vibrant and profitable organization. With this, if you see the development in that area, not only the village, entire almost at least I can say 70 to 80 70 to 80 village have been benefited. There has been a lot of development with regard to infrastructure, with regard to drinking water facilities, with regard to the very good housing facility. All these things have been brought out because the cooperative society as a central point started taking up these activities. So friends, I have several things to share with you about the entrepreneurship when you look at it from anthropological and sociological background, but doesn't permit me. I thank the chair and I thank the organizers, particularly my friend Dr. Haricharan Behra, for inviting me for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Introducing various dimensions related to this entrepreneurship. So, Professor Mohammed, we need to accept some questions.
Yeah, I'm ready.
So, please open.
I'm sorry, I forgot to.
Anyone have any questions? Please.
Shall we take now or altogether in the last once all the
Take one by one.
better? I think. Any questions? There are very serious scholars and students are sitting. Particularly, invite some questions from the scholars, students, particularly women students. Yeah.
Just I would like to mention the social network, global social network in the entrepreneurship. So mainly we have covered there are two kinds of social relationships. Actually, one is the voluntary stage and involuntary stage. You have already mentioned the involuntary stage means the kinship relationship. You have mentioned like that. Do you have you observed that the voluntary stage, like the friendship, co-entrepreneurs, or like that thing? That is not the kinship relationship.
Friendship.
Yes, friendship or co-entrepreneur, like that things of the same kind or the different kinds.
Okay.
Have any role to entrepreneurship? One thing is that.
Yeah.
And second thing is that as social network has the role in the entrepreneurship, think oppositely, entrepreneurship helps to create new social relationships.
Very interesting. Very. I appreciate you. I will answer the first aspect of your question. If you have listened me, I had raised kinship, and also I used the other primordial case, wherein the friendship also is part of primordial relations. Suppose in the first part of establishment of Emini Viewers Cooperative Society, it was largely or mostly the one caste members which were involved. But again, when the industry came into crisis, the cotton products were losing their attraction in the market. There was silk weaving introduced. But this silk weaving industry apart from the few castemen, there were many members who include members from Muslims, who include some OBC. Some 8 to 10 members, they joined together on the basis of friendship and caste, and they pooled some resources to procure yarn, because initially silk yarn is very costly. So they procured this way. This is purely on the basis of, this is apart from caste kinship. This is purely on the basis of friendship also. So friendship lying as one of the factors in nurturing the entrepreneurship in this area. I can agree. So second aspect.
Second point was that as social network has a role in entrepreneurship, oppositely, entrepreneurship helps to create new social relationships. Why that?
Yeah, because here market linkages. What we can see, market linkages how they sustain. One is entrepreneur as part of social relations only. These social relations or caste relations, they nurtured, they served as a nurseries for nurturing the entrepreneurship. When they visited the other regions as part of their social relations, social visits, like say any marriage, any other kind of things, they not even not only met their kinsmen or castemen, they also visited the parts where they can find their market for their products. So this has brought a new dimension to entrepreneurship of these communities, these entrepreneurs. So we can say that it's vice versa. Once you contribute to entrepreneurship contribute to social gathering again. So we can see this. Yeah, please.
So, actually, I didn't understand a few things. Just basic question first. Can you please explain me this kinship network?
Kinship, yeah.
Yes. And another thing is that, so according to your analysis, can we conclude that these communities which you were talking about, Kudini, right?
Yeah.
So they were actually belong to a wealthy community, like Marwari community. So they built a network. Like if you are talking like they built a network, they have friendship networks and all. So looking that, I think are they wealthy community?
See, kinship, let me answer your first part of the question. Kinship is, relationship. Kinship is based on two things, anthropologically or otherwise also. One is blood relationship, another one is by marriage. So, two types of relations kinship establishes. That is a kind of primordiality that we are moving, particularly traditional societies, Indian society, we are established. So, what I have argued is that how this kinship has served them to be good entrepreneurs. Apart from the blood relationship, apart from kinship, as I said, kinship is based on two aspects. Then caste came into that support, because the caste may not be there, based on the blood relations. So these are the aspects I kinship to clarify you about the kinship. Then communities, yeah, as you said, wealthy communities, they are not wealthy communities. As you said, Marwaris, there are very good studies on Marwaris, entrepreneurship among the Marwaris. They move to different parts of the country, they establish their venture, they establish their. If you look into Indian scenario, Indian business industry is largely occupied by Marwaris. There are very good Mehta and some not coming to my mind now, but there are very good studies. So this wealthy community entrepreneurship is one thing, but Kurni community, they are not wealthy community. But the leader who was responsible for combining them, roping them into this business, he became rich. Maybe because of his latter he got into politics and he took some positions and ruling party was moved closer to the, and the structure could understand that he is having lot of votes among his community. So because of all those things, he could turn good rich thing. But these communities, they are basically occupational groups. Kurni are occupational groups, traditional occupation. Why do we use traditional? When there is a traditional attachment with occupation, tradition goes hundreds of years. Even though the modernization comes, even though industrialization comes, these people they were hardly taking up any other activity than tradition. Even you can look at some agricultural communities also. Whatever changes, they will not change. So These are the traditional weaving communities, not the wealthy communities. So I think I'm starting
I
on.
think that if any other any questions, please discuss this during lunch time. So thank you very much for
Thank you. Thank you.
So our next invited talk will be presented by Dr. Sandeep Mishra, Indian Statistical Institute, and he will deliver a talk on micro enterprise statistics and dynamics. Please.
Thanks for the invite, Dr. Haricharan Bera, but I am really an odd man out here in the sense I'm a sociologist, agronomist, and agricultural scientist, and I am a professionally an applied economist by training. So I'm a little bit odd man out, and especially I feel jiggered because of.
So long as you are talking about entrepreneurship, you are not on.
Yeah, so I'll try to adapt to the environment, which the ecosystem, which I'm sort of absorbing so long. So I'll talk of I thought of bringing in a third subject called physics here, right? So instead of some sort of a neutral judgment of things, so brought in statics and dynamics. Those who had science in class 12. You know about statics and dynamics. So I wanted to talk about micro enterprise, statics and dynamics. Before going into this, as I have seen this conference, workshop or summit, whatever you say, why Indian Statistical Institute is organizing such a summit? This was my first burning question when I got the invite. If you look at the global scenario of North American universities or universities in UK or best university in Europe, there is always an interface with the industry. So some sort of, research to policy dissemination mechanism. So if you look at, let's say, platforms like VoxDev of UK, which is promoted by Cambridge and Oxford, or let's say in Indian context, to some extent, it is Ideas for India, promoted by several people. So what is done there is the research which is done by the academicians is percolated in some sort of a popular form in some platforms. So I looked it in that direction, and now trying to share whatever our research on enterprises, what we can disseminate to the policy people or the government or entrepreneurs. So essentially the tagline is, I am trying to some sort of advertise my research, whatever little bit I could do, and connect it to the entrepreneurship and the burning needs that way, right? So please stop me if you need some clarifications, and also as the chair said, we can have Q&As at the end. So statics and dynamics means I'm trying to define a life cycle of an enterprise. I'm not going to the definition of enterprise as such, was given by so many people. So statics is something to start with. I'm not talking of some time series, let's say. I'm talking of cross section, or as such, I'm talking of the current scenario and not becoming futuristic. So essential question is, why entrepreneurship, how it survives, and then what are the problems, and so on and so forth. Now, when I'm talking of dynamics, I'm then talking of some sort of intertemporal path, from the life to the death, or life to second survival, or whatever. So when you talk of dynamics means, suppose you are good enough at the zero period, baseline, starting point, but is there something which comes in the way? So I'm trying to sort of bring in dynamics in the sense, when you talk of the life of an entrepreneur, life of entrepreneurship of that entrepreneur, what are the problems which cumulatively affect him, which might enrich him or the other way, which might cause a sudden death for the entrepreneur, right? So with this introduction, let's go to the pointers. How the pointers run here? Okay. So I'm referring to a little bit of studies which I have done. Suppose you are asked, why do you argue capital is an important thing in entrepreneurship? So, and if you say, yes, capital is the fundamental and capital is the most important thing for entrepreneurs, you are cash constant, let's say, then I'll ask you, in which mode you want to give the cash or money to the entrepreneurs? Is it through group enterprise? Is it through individual enterprise? Is it through banking? Is it through microfinance? Is it through doorstep cash delivery? Right? So we did a little bit of work on doorstep credit delivery, understanding from the existing conventional business model of the country. You might be knowing of BF and BC, business correspondent models of banks, and there is a fair amount of literature. I'm not going to the quantitative techniques, but for the researchers, I'll mention some of the techniques, not explain to you the details of the techniques. So, suppose you know the business correspondent model, and there have been studies saying that doorstep credit delivery has been a problem with enterprise. So my first objective and our research was to ensure whether doorstep delivery is a major problem. Suppose there is a big agricultural farm and someone says sapling died of humidity. Then I'll ask, how can you guarantee the sapling died of temperature or let's say wind direction? What is the guarantee? So you need an controlled experiment, right? So I'll refer to some sort of experiments in social science which we tried. Yeah, my mobile is there. So I'll be referring to some experiments in economics in a social setting where you have lessons or study undertaken in Boston University, Monash University, and Hong Kong Institute of Science Technology, funded by NSF and Australian Research Council, which is about credit and information constraint. So first problem, is credit a problem? If credit is a problem, then how do you want to give the credit? First problem. Second, people ask, oh, there is an information asymmetry. The small die because they don't have information. So enterprises don't germinate well and die because there is an information asymmetry. They don't have information about prices, information about markets. There's a second problem. Then the third problem is it that you need some hand-holding device or mechanism? Do you need an agent? Or agent is an exploiter, right? And I refer to that research. I'll concentrate on, I'll speak only those things for which I did a little bit of research, but not any other thing, right? You might catch me saying, what is the guarantee or whatever you were speaking, I challenge you, yeah? So I welcome. So I'll be the domain in which I did the research on enterprises. The second part of the study, which we undertook with guys of Oxford and Warwick, so that was relating to some sort of behavior. Does behavior matter within enterprises? Or if you want to develop entrepreneurial skill, is behavior important? So, and the third study, which was with King's College, that was on self-help group enterprises. Is internal dynamics important? Why? It means that the inner group functioning within an enterprise, right? So I list out few problems. First, credit. Second, information. Third, importance of agents and agent intermediation. Fourth is about behavioral, and fifth about within group dynamics. Any question? Yeah. So I'll proceed. So statics is structural and functional, the current existence. it talks of no change of status, let's say. It's conventional, vulnerable to risk. So when I talk of statics, I just try to argue that you might have, that there might be an incentive for a few guys to have the enterprise. Or you might have an enterprise and you are trying to continue with the enterprise, at least at this time period. So there is an existence of, let's say, you are a little bit futuristic. Often people call it future discounting. How you look at your future. Are you going to, as Professor Nres was saying, is there enough incentive in the future to have an enterprise or let's say startups? So how you discount your future? Do you think your present is more important than future in the sense you are a risk averter or risk neutral person or a risk taker person, right? So if you're a risk taker, suppose I tell you give 100 rupees today, 110 rupees tomorrow, what are you going to pick up? Are you going to pick up 110 rupees tomorrow? Then you are a risk taker. If it's 100 rupees today, you are risk averter. And if you are indifferent, you are risk neutral, right? So that defines the vulnerability aspect of any enterprise. How you measure the health of an enterprise, how you try to understand the need of the enterprise. It's conventional in the sense, in the government sector, if you look at the MSMEs, I'll come in a minute and tell you the RBI story and the NABARD story a little bit. You'll find, at least in most of the states, the mostly sanctioned project in rural households is the beautician course and beauty parlors. In a village, you might find 10 beauty parlors with 100 population, right? So imagine, because it is more structured, tailor-made projects in the government, and it's wrongly defined, and out of these 10, everyone becomes sick after 1 year. So that is a conventional approach, and when you are more conventional, often it's government-driven in the sense there is schemes by government for self-help groups and for cooperatives which give tailor-made schemes, and you get training and you run it. When it is a group enterprise, I'll talk more about group enterprise. So when you talk of group enterprise, the further problems like in the name often you have a group enterprise, but that is non-existent. You might, 5 people having a group might have 5 types of traditional business. Let's say one is a fisherman, another is a weaver, another is a trader, but in the group might be you have some carpentry work defined to get a loan, right? So group enterprises are often not really group enterprises. These are some sort of, if you look at the SIG's declared ventures, you'll find mostly those are non-existent, but individual business thrive. So it's soaking the fund for individual business, which perhaps is not creating any harm, but that's not group business. These are individual enterprises, and that is a group loan, right? Now, how you share the risk within individuals, I'll come into that in a moment. Let's say, in the MSMEs, I'll more concentrate on micro enterprise, so it is medium, small, and micro. Micro enterprise are more attuned with the informal sector, the unorganized sector. And our unorganized sector data is also in a bad shape and difficult to get an estimation of how many, National Sample Survey has an estimate, but it's not, the survey is not conducted every year. When you ask, if you have an enterprise, let's say in place, a small enterprise, are they pro-changers? If there is a technology, are they going to adapt it, or there is a lumpiness in the sense adapting technology is expensive and government really allows you to have a package, not, sort of doesn't give you any money to top up, right? Suppose you want to do something, adapt some technology, the money is not given to top up, it's really a package, tailor-made package for schemes. So winds of change often, when you can talk of, can credit information and training help? So let's say as the first question, can credit help? So we had an experiment, I'm not telling you about sample size, etc., because this is not a group for talking about all this. So we had 3 arms for credit, 1 arm. So what's my time limit? I have to finish off at what time? Okay. Yeah. So you have three arms, let's say. One arm is the conventional credit given through banks. The other arm, let's say, you select some agents uh, and randomly selected agents, and then you give the credit. The last arm in a politicalized society, we did the experiment in West Bengal only, so it's very politicalized. So in a politicalized society, we thought of a local government agent intermediate lending. So three wings: conventional self-help group, then agent intermediate lending, selection of agents. Third is through, let's say, Gram Panchayat or local government agent intermediate lending. So, which type of lending helps the entrepreneurs most? First question. And can that type of intervention help? For credit, we found that trader agent intermediate lending, the estimates prove, this paper is in Review of Economic Statistics and Journal of Development Economics. If you Google my name, you can get the paper. I think it's readily available, otherwise you can get it in Gestor. So there we find that the estimates for trader agent intermediate lending in terms of the main observable variables, one is price received. I forgot to tell you one more thing about why, Professor Mishra was speaking about this entrepreneurship in agriculture. Why money is not flowing to agriculture entrepreneurship? Money is fungy, and if you are given money, let's say for microcredit or anything, it's not really flowing to agriculture. What's the reason for that? Most of the time, people argue that the microcredit loans are not attuned with the agricultural season. So a farmer, just after sowing, cannot repay the money. You need a 90 days cycle or something like this, a crop cycle. So it should be attuned with the crop cycle. And once you are attuned with the crop cycle, our experiment precisely tried with that. If you attune that with the crop cycle, and the loan repayment is higher, right? So you gave credit, waited for 90 days, and got the return. So estimates and the prices they got from the market were higher. And that we got for trader agent intermediate lending because they have a handholding and some sort of a counseling done by traders who know the tricks of the market. The second part is about, let's say, information. So information about prices, even NABARD disseminates price to several individuals, lakhs of farmers. I don't know whether it's a good model, but they disseminate information about the mandis, and the mandis are large markets, and generally small farmers don't trade in large markets, right? So, but we try to give prices of mandi and sub-mandi, and some sort of help the farmers to have, let's say, improve the farm gate prices. So some sort of the farmers who are mainly trading the farm gate in the village, we're going to give them the prices of the sub-markets, sub-mandis as such. And we found that information and credit interaction has played some role. That was in regression framework, and we used multivariate regression. Then you are talking about the training part, and we found that even if you have marginalized section, and if you give training, the future discounting part increases, people keep more money in banks than keeping in, they invest more money than keeping in their own own pocket as cash. So this incentive develops if you give training, and we use this tools of statistics. I mean psychology, Raven and Stoop test and other types of tests, where you might argue, no, that guy was abnormal. The psychological problem. So only at the best level, we had this Raven and Stoop test done. So randomized control trial, we did treatment and control, and we have difference and difference technique. So initially we took blood pressure and all these things and have a same homogeneous group, and with the homogeneous group we had let's say the experiment done to blood pressure of everyone was the same level, average value was same, Then we took the treatment, gave training to some guys, didn't give training to some guys, and found the entrepreneurs, the people who are spending more money or keeping more money in the bank, they're investing, our future discounting problem. I mean, they look at brighter future, and that's why they are potential enterprises. Natural question, individual or group enterprise. We found that some sort of a in self-help group it's more of collective action which we expect. But in collective action, what is translated in terms of enterprises is not clear. And in our own model, which we tried to do, it was a collective action of self-help group. If you need a hand-holding exercise. So even if you might not have a conventional self-help group type of thing, and collective action is for social purposes, for gender empowerment, etc., etc. It's combined with, let's say, running of enterprises. But that's perhaps the domain of the sociologists and others. What is the collective action of these groups? But we have tried to estimate that the general gain is lower compared to others. When you talk of risk sharing within the groups, it so happens that there is a lot of heterogeneity within a group. But ultimately, there are people who are more risk takers and who gain more. So there is a within group heterogeneity, and the lines of investment and risk sharing behavior are different within an enterprise. We really talk of big fish in the sense if there is a very powerful person within an enterprise, within an enterprise group, often the group ruptures or the groups remains as incipient in a dormancy, and maybe one person is running the group all the time. So that was a big fish, and that would have been one of the reasons for the death of most of the cooperatives in the country, especially of the agricultural cooperatives, the big fish theory. Yeah. 5 minutes? Yeah. So 5 minutes, right? So I'll quickly, I have some slides, so I'll quickly. Then we are talking of politically active groups who survive and can network with political institutions and non-state actors. Why let's come of agricultural enterprises? Because money has not flown to agriculture and because it is not attuned with the credit market. So that's the tailor-made credit technology, informal sector blues. So plan of presentation have been some sort of avoid multivariate regression framework. I'm not avoiding the definition, and state-wise scenario, often poor states have more micro-enterprises, right? So unlike what you expect that the rich state will have more enterprise, it's not true. So small are beautiful sometimes, right? So MSME enterprises do not flourish in richer states, often like Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal, we find the flourishing MSMEs. Then the problems faced by MSMEs and the Telangana model with 6 sort of indicators for enterprises. And we talk about unregistered and unorganized enterprises in the sense these are not available, only available through economic census or partially through NSS service. And self-help groups are group enterprises. I'll avoid about definition of micro-enterprise, general MSMEs. So the interstate variation because of paucity of time. These are 6 indicators: human capital development, knowledge dissemination, access to finance, access to technology, common facility infrastructure, facilitating access to markets, policy governance, and ease of doing business. The caveat is I have only considered the micro enterprises and group enterprise and SHGs. There are some more work done by RBI, and I've mentioned in the links, and for MSMEs also. I'll quickly skip. Your family enterprise, I've spoken about this. Now I'll tell you one more minute. Yeah? So I'll give you a NABARD story and the RBI story on this and conclude. NABARD, through its financing organization, the NAVFIN, organizes self-help group mode of distributing, disbursing credit, but that is very conventional. You need to follow a strict protocol, and there is no iota of information what these groups are doing. They're only interested about the repayments. Whether the repayments are done at the cost of creating enterprises, I'm not sure. So this is one problem with the NAVFIN faces. But they're not going for other variants, and the checks and balances and the monitoring cannot ensure this. Let me end with telling about Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India a few years back just tried to discuss with us about the problems of MSMEs. They want to give loans through mudra loans, etc., through commercial banks, and commercial banks are showing them there is 100% success rate and so on. So I visited with them some of the commercial banks. I told them I need the implications of the intent to treat, in the sense I want to know how many applicants were there and how many non-applicants were there. They said, whoever were the applicants, they got the loan. I said, no, this is because the bank has said that you will get a loan, so please apply. It's not that there are millions of people outside the ambit who wants to apply, but they have been discouraged to apply because they might not have a collateral or several reasons. So you want to be very sure about the repayment, and you can get hold of a network of some people, some agents known to the bank, and you reach them, tell them to apply, and that's the success story. I'm interested more with the unsuccessful story. And believe me, an executive director of Reserve Bank of India went with me to several commercial banks, and none of the banks gave the data on this non-applicant. Lastly, about the governments, the cooperatives in the states. Most of the cooperatives, the most sanctioned projects, as I said, in beauty parlor, are giving cooperative loans for the group loans as enterprises. But they don't have an iota of idea how the enterprise grows. So there is no tracking mechanism these days. I think the GPS tagging, etc., can be brought on and bring a technology change for monitoring and understanding the developments. Thank you very much.
Particularly drawing various other dimensions which are not explained by first figure, and particularly this wide group of the whole, they are not getting loans in the context of agriculture. It's really an important issue when we are talking about this enterprise in the rural sector. So it is to be looked into by the researchers. So it is now open now, so any questions? Yeah.
Sir, in the section of statics and dynamics, you mentioned about some internal constraints or taboos. So what exactly are the taboos?
That's the most difficult part you have picked up. The internal constraints. Suppose there has been an argument after the Chicago professor got this Nobel Prize in behavioral economics that why behavior matters, right? So, if someone is a marginalized society, in a marginalized society, if I give you money, can you get out of the poverty trap? Or some enterprises, some individuals or groups given money, can they overcome or cross the poverty trap, provided in a social setting the internal constraint, suppose caste system, suppose gender, gender issues come in. And this is a sort of creating a barrier. Suppose you never went to the bank, so you don't have a habitual tendency to confront with an organized system. Suppose a tribal household never got an exposure to meet a government official who always passed the buck to the other table. Right? So there is a behavioral element, should not be treated as pathological case, and this should be accounted along with the formal interventions like credit, etc. Else, our research have proved with Warwick University Review of Economic Statistics, we dealt with a very marginal society. They were sex workers. And we found that these are people who are going to save after a few training programs. So if you consider the most marginalized section of the society, they are given credit and they are given training, right? Ultimately, training and credit can improve health. Otherwise, credit in isolation cannot help. That was our argument.
information system, then there is no problem of risk or uncertainty or like that. So in that sense, the basic element of this enterprise, risk-taking behavior, so that does not arise. So to me, it appears that information is immediate.
Yeah.
It is immediate. So only more important issue is that given this uncertainty or information asymmetry, what kind of information, what kind of insurance one pick up? Any idea about?
Yeah, I mean, uh, I'll refer to Mark Rosenwick's famous work on index insurance. He's a professor of Yale. This was precisely he discussed that if you have more uncertainty, you face more uncertainty, then which type of some sort of safety net or insurance mechanism should work? Now, in the Indian context, and in particular with agriculture, with vagaries of rainfall and uncertainty of credit flow, it's all about, it's not insuring about, let's say, crop failure. Because you insure about crop failure, you know there are vagaries of rainfall, there was no crop. But even that is located in particular areas. So if you look at the crop failure data and disaster management data in the context of our country, in a situation we endogenously accept that there is uncertainty and there is not perfect information, then the problem is, even then you will get a very localized insurance. Unless the whole block is declared disaster block, you will not get
So
insurance.
basically, my step is that natural uncertainty or like that. This is actually interesting. Without any asymmetric information, without any other information problem, this kind of uncertainty can be there, right? But what I
Yeah, but
if there is asymmetric information, some kind of information problem, then what should be the precaution or what should be the insurance? That's basically the
I don't know much of this, but I'll give you a theory of information. Actually, I didn't want to bring experimental protocols. My precise argument was, because the government is giving something, people are accepting. So when we are giving something from a, let's say, Indian Statistical Institute tagline, information, perhaps people are blindly accepting. So why not introduce placebo, right? So you want to introduce placebo. Placebo means, suppose, whether the information is important or the content of information is important or extraction of the information is important. Source of information is important or the content of information is important. So if you give, let's say, you started with gold prices and switch to agricultural prices at some stage, right? So people who are following that, the switch. So initially, I don't have an answer for this because I don't work on information theory. But what we try to do, we try to use this information arm and applied some sort of, we use special mobile phones. I didn't want to tell you the whole experiment, but use special mobile phones where there was a one-way information tracking. And then we use placebo as another check. And finally got this that the information count was important.
Okay. Thank you very much for insightful questions. We are now inviting the last speaker of the session, Dr. Gaurav Chandra, Indian Institute of Management, Sambal, Odisha. His topic is strategic implementation of business plans, appropriate technology for successful rural entrepreneurs.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are doing good. I know I am the only one standing between lunch and the. The session I'll be taking will be on. Okay, how many of you are research scholars? Can you please raise your hand? Okay, you're a scholar. Okay, great. So, before we go to our session, I have 2-3 cases to share. Okay. The director sir, he was telling something about what was the topic? I forgot. Okay, let us start from the first session. Okay, he was saying about weavers, right? So there is a very nice case of Suta. Okay, Suta is a company that was established by two girls of Odisha. They were actually Bengali girls, and they were just roaming around, and they saw that like there were a lot of weavers who were not getting like what they were what to say, the middlemen were reaping the benefits. Okay, so they started forming a small community of people who will be weaving the products and giving it to her, and in return, like she will not be taking a large chunk as a middleman and transferring most of the benefits. And now she has empowered around 25,000 weavers around India, and they have what to say, collaborations with weavers all across India. Okay. Uh, Okay. My topic is strategic implementation of business plans, appropriate technology for successful business plan implementation. Okay. Can anybody guess like what would be like appropriate technology? What is the meaning of appropriate technology? Any of the scholars? Every most of the technologies they try to be beneficial, right? So what would the difference between them?
Suitable.
Huh?
Most suitable.
Yeah, they are mostly easy to use, okay, and like cost friendly and sustainable. Okay, that is the appropriate technology. Uh, Sorry. Okay. Coming to the share of startups across the globe, the blue part that you see, I have shared the slide, so you can get the slide from Keshav. Okay, like please share with everyone. So no need to take photos, you can just see it. Uh, So this is the share of startups across the globe, and the website is Startup Ranking. You can visit. Maybe it would have changed. It was retrieved in 3 years ago, and most of this share that you see this is the number of startups across the globe. Okay, and US obviously is the market leader. But when we talk about India, in the number of startups, it comes in the second rank. Okay, but when we see the funding part, okay, we see that like India is not in the top three, right? Like first is US, and then there is China, and there is UK. So although there are a lot of startups in India, they are not getting requisite funds to support their startups. Okay, and China, if you see, in this picture, like China would be having a very less number of startups, okay, but most of the startups are like big startups, okay. You know the differentiation, right? Micro, small, then medium, then large. So they mostly have large enterprises which are partly government funded. So that shows like why they have a lot of funding for their
But
startups.
this is absolute number or relative percentage?
This is percentage.
Are you sure this is percentage?
Yeah.
Big countries will have more numbers, right? Normalize.
In accordance to what you are saying, in accordance to the money or the number.
Yeah, I mean, this chunk is percentage as per pie diagram, right?
Yes.
So, I'm loudly thinking large countries should have more enterprises. That's
No. Number. This is about the funding for enterprises.
fine. Okay.
This is for the number of startups. Okay. Coming to the category of startups, do you know what is the share of tech startups in India? Can anybody guess? It is around 60%. Okay. So most of the startups in India are tech startups. That's why the major push of government is around tech startups. Okay. And like you can see, this is the share of startups. Like the most or the area in which the most number of startups are present is the fintech. Okay. So coming to rural entrepreneurship, rural entrepreneurship is focused on development of new strategies in the rural setting. Okay. So how is it different from the urban context? The most of the setting is different in the rural context. Okay, the amount of connections that you get in an urban context, the proximity from the raw materials, that may be also different. Okay, Even the supply chain might be different in the rural context. Okay, and the issues of communities and resource exploitation at the local level as one of the major antidotes to providing rural economic growth. Okay, so the issues or the problems of the people can be explored to provide them with the requisite support through entrepreneurship. Okay, these are the features. Like, let me skip it. Okay,
But can you have a rural urban watertight enterprise type of thing?
watertight by
I
water.
mean, rural enterprises are completely separate from urban enterprises.
No, no, no.
Between these two. I mean, there are migrant laborers, right? People
Yes.
commuting every day to cities and coming back.
Hmm.
So, can you
Actually, no ecosystem can survive in isolation, right? They are always interconnected with each other. Because let us take an example of Maggie. Okay, so most of the people would be thinking like Maggie is consumed mostly in the urban areas, right? But it is not the case. Maggie has a very good supply chain in the rural areas as well. Almost 40 to 45% of their sell or the revenue comes from the rural parts of India.
and production units are mostly in the rural areas?
Yes. Yes.
I think that's the questions.
Okay.
But these are clarificatory questions.
Okay. I'll try to finish in like 10 minutes. Okay. Okay. Why study rural entrepreneurship in India? Because obviously the major chunk of the population lives in the rural areas. 58% of the population is engaged in agriculture, and approximately 7.2% are jobless. Like as I said, like you will get the presentation, and like there is a lot of market potential in the rural areas, so that needs to be tapped, and sustainable approach is also seen in the rural areas, right? Because of the lack of resources or the connection to the nature that the rural societies have, they can like outperform the urban areas in the area of sustainability. Okay, I was talking about appropriate technology. So, yeah, appropriate technology refers to the small scale, sustainable, and community centric innovations designed to meet specific needs of local environments and cultures. Okay, so appropriate technology is like basically technology which is aimed at the masses, okay, and which can easily be implemented in all the areas, despite of their per capita income or like the monetary constraints. Okay, and the appropriate technology emphasizes on cost effectiveness, ease of use, and environmental friendliness. Can anybody think of an appropriate technology? Huh? Fan. Fan is like a good invention, we can say. Good innovation, good invention. Appropriate technology means like, huh?
Something like that. Let's say UPI is not no, that is not rural.
Yeah.
Organic farming.
In the rural context, it can be taken. Okay. This it be a very important thing if you want to approach some funding agencies for funding your startup. Okay. That is business plan. Whenever any person goes to a funding agency, they need a business plan, and these are the major constituents of a business plan. First is the executive summary, but it is written at the last. Okay, because after you have written the whole proposal, you will be coming up with a summary. So although it comes in the first, it is like it gives an overview of your whole business plan, like executive summary. Okay, and then industry analysis shows like the area in which you are entering, is there a scope for you or not. Okay, have you heard the terms blue ocean and red ocean strategies? There are two terms basically. Okay, blue ocean strategy is when you come up with something innovative or new that is not existing, so it is a new market and you have a lot of scope. And there is a strategy called the red ocean strategy, in which there is a lot of competition. So what you do is like you try to sell your product for a cheaper price, or maybe you try to improve your quality. Okay, so there is cutthroat competition, and then also you want to sell your product. That is red ocean. So you go for the industry analysis, then company description means it gives a description about the company you are going to start, the mission statement, the vision statement, the objectives. Okay. Market analysis shows will the market accept you or not. Economics of business is the basic things like cash flow and like expenditure, basically the bookkeeping. Okay. Then the marketing plan, how you are going to market your product. Will it be like a penetration strategy or the skimming strategy? Okay. And then design and development plan. If you're going for development of a software or a product, how will it be? Okay. Then operation plan, management team, okay, financial projections, and the overall schedule. Okay. Okay. Coming to my literature review, I applied the Prisma technique for the literature review. Okay. It is basically the inclusion exclusion criteria for having the set of papers that you are going to review. Okay. And in the phase one, I identified the databases from which I'll be taking the papers. In the screening phase, like the duplicate entries were removed. In the eligibility stage, only the abstract were read to see the relevance. And finally, the inclusion stage, the whole papers were read to see if they were relevant to the article or not, or to the area or not. Okay. And these were the factors, those were identified after literature review in the context of rural entrepreneurship. Okay.
These are published papers.
No, sir. This is the work I am doing now.
No, I mean the review, literature review.
Uh-huh.
This is whose literature review?
Existing literature.
Existing literature of.
People, researchers.
Yeah.
We go for literature review, right? For the before the research.
Yeah, so these are published papers.
Yes, sir. Literature. Okay. The factors identified through NGT. NGT is also a technique. Okay. And the full form of NGT is nominal group technique, in which a group of experts in the area give you their feedback to come up with a certain set of factors or certain set of criteria that you are going to have. Okay. So these were the factors. Those were identified by the experts which were relevant to the rural entrepreneurship. First was infrastructure development. Okay, we need a infrastructural support for the rural community. Then government policies and support, access to technology, resource accessibility, microfinance and financial inclusion, competency development and training programs. Okay, local stakeholder participation, rural market dynamics, cultural integration, and sustainability and innovation. Nominal group technique. Okay, it is an expert analysis technique. Then coming to the methodology, we for creating a structure of the factors or the relevance of the factors, we use the ISM technique. Okay, that is the interpretive structural modeling technique. Okay, it gives at which level the factors are important, if the factors have a good influence or not, or like if they have the driving factor or not. Okay, the identified critical factors were further developed into an hierarchical model. Okay, I'll show you the model. This is basically the form, or what is it, the table you can say, through which response from experts is taken. Sorry. Okay, and in this, like the V stands for row variable influences the corresponding column variable. For example, if the government policy affects access to technology in the column variable. Okay, so we can see V. Okay,
These are numbers.
not numbers, sir. Yeah. So in this technique, what happens is, like, we go for pairwise comparison. Okay. So in pairwise comparison, what we compare is like the factor in the row with the factor in the column. Okay. So first factor is like common for itself, right? So the first row is part is blank, right? And then we go for first factor was infrastructure development, and the second part is like government policies and support. Okay, so we have A. Okay, so A means the row variable is influenced by the corresponding column variable. So the government policies and support can obviously affect the infrastructure development, right? So it was written as A. So similarly, the whole table was filled by the experts. Okay.
V4?
Huh?
V4?
V for row variable influences corresponding column variable.
Is it established methodology? Established methodology?
Sorry?
It is an established methodology.
Yes, yes.
There are lots of papers.
No, yes.
I come from a management background, so these are all management techniques.
That's fine. Infrastructure affects the government policies. That's why the A affects for A. V4, I do not understand that.
V means like
But as for example, infrastructure versus access to technology.
okay. See,
For support.
for here, like the two, that is government policies and support, will this one will affect this one. Okay. So the corresponding two is affecting one. Okay. So the corresponding column variable is affecting the corresponding row variable, right? So column variable, if it is affecting the row variable is influenced by the corresponding column variable, then A. Okay. For V, what is happening? Let us see. For 4. Okay. For 4 means 4 is what?
Oh, now it's clear. You explain it clearly.
What there I was making is clear now because you need to explain that what is complicated. Now it's clear.
Great.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I passed my time maybe. So through the ISM technique, this was the level partition. Okay, according to the relationships that they have. Okay, so this was the inference from the research. Okay, so the foundation levels factor was government policies and support. Obviously, it plays the major role in supporting rural entrepreneurship. Then the intermediate level factors were infrastructure development, access to technology, resource accessibility, and finally the top level factors were competency. Obviously, at the end, what happens is the competency of the rural people is developed. Okay, the local stakeholder in like more people get involved in that. Okay, done. This is like the explanation of all the factors. So this was the basic main research. Okay, all the factors are explained just. Okay. So the conclusion is the strategic implementation of business plans in rural areas presents a different set of challenges and opportunities than those in the urban setting. Okay. And the findings of this study impress the need for local resources, tailoring financial services, and improving the capacity of rural entrepreneurs with specially designed training programs. Okay. So I remembered that case now, so I'll tell you. So the director sir was telling about that case, right? If they ask for 10 rupees, then everybody will be spending. Okay. So this is the basically the case of Sahara. Do you remember Sahara? Sahara was bankrupt. Okay. So Sahara came up with a very interesting like setup. In that, what he did is like he told everyone that you give me 50 rupees today, and after like 3 years only, I'll give you 100 rupees. So through that, what happened is like he took money from lots of people, and then for the second year, the money that he got from the first year, he used to give to them, or like after 3 years, he used to cycle those money. So basically, he was not earning money; he was actually churning the money. But because of like having that setup, he earned a lot of money.
Ponzi schemes.
Yeah, Ponzi scheme. It was a Ponzi scheme. There is a very nice book like Unfinished Businesses, like which talks about failed entrepreneurs. It is a very interesting book. Okay, it talks about Anil Ambani and his like failure, and then Cafe Coffee Day. And you would have heard, right? The wife of Cafe Coffee Day owner has taken over the business, and now they are going into profits, or maybe they have come to the break-even point. Okay, thank you for having me, and please, you are free to have questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm not going to long, but in any case, please, I have a question.
Yes, sir. Please.
So suppose you have, let's say, 5 factors,
Yes.
which are bottlenecks for enterprises
Yes.
in an ecosystem existing.
Yeah.
So, a very naive question, can you do a factorial analysis in what proportion? How can you do the ranking of these factors?
Yes, sir. Sir, in PLSM, like you would have partial least square structural equation modeling, there is a bottleneck analysis as well.
Based on which database?
Database? No, data you have to collect yourself. That will be on primary data.
I mean, let me rephrase my question.
Okay.
So suppose you identify that there are 5 factors which are pretty important, right?
Yes.
And that factor is sacrosanct and given in some theoretical somewhere in some
Yes.
book or some report or something.
Yes.
Now, how that factor, if I want to explain that this is 10% important, this is 15% important, this is 60% important, how should I do that? Is it possible to do that?
So for that, like exploratory analysis would be the best part, I guess.
But the literature doesn't support this, and you don't have literature saying that this one is important. Let's
Sir,
say
literature support we can take, but the literature would be
significant empirical literature on this.
that is true. But the thing is, like, literature itself is very inconsistent sometimes. Maybe some factor would be very significant in some research and not significant in that research. So we can't ignore one research and take one research. So
But even then, if you have some evidence, some anecdotes,
yes.
I don't know, you need to or somewhere read something.
Hmm.
You need to.
Or maybe if you are talking about meta-analysis, then we can go for meta-analysis.
Yeah, I mean, there should be a literature that how these factors are ranking down. Must be someone else. Please check it. One research might be different from other research, but that doesn't mean we can reject the research.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling. So if we cannot directly say that some factor is important or not important, because some might be saying important.
Specific to his own assumption.
Yes.
We can define that he has said this.
Yes.
So even if you have one evidence, I just want to hear that. If you have one evidence about that.
Some contribution about.
So in our area, we mostly for these kind of cases only we go for exploratory type of survey research basically. So what is the basic population for ours and like how they will be replying to our set of questions.
That might compound your problem about the population you are going to identify.
Yeah, if it is a very large population, then it is very difficult to.
Any other questions?
Just a very simple fundamental question of my
Yes, sir.
How do you dissociate rural entrepreneurship from urban entrepreneurship? Is there a linkage or it is completely different from the corporate entrepreneurship?
Basically, it's about infrastructure and ease of business and like flow of money. Basically, these things because.
Everything you talk about, fintech or
Yes.
all things have a direct connection with urban society.
Yes. Yes.
Or the new technologies like electronic rural.
Yes.
So there is always.
But it again, sir, the technology that is being used in the urban areas, maybe it is very difficult to implement in the rural areas because of the resource constraints. Okay.
I have not expertise in this, but I think that when you talk about rural technology, rural enterprise, and at the same time that question that was analyzed initially, the technology, appropriate technology. I think that when you talk about rural enterprise, it should be that rural enterprise, the technology that uses rural resources, including manpower. That was the main motto to me it appears for the rural enterprises. Okay? And of course, ultimately it has to be cost effective. Because if it's not cost effective, then the technology will not be idle. Although it might be a very good idea, but it cannot be implemented. Okay? That is one thing to me about your questions. Initially, when Dr. Mitra was asking whether there can be any, how enterprise, whether can use both urban and rural that we're talking about. To me, it appears that it depends on the output. Because ultimately, services are output. That is ultimately aim of the enterprise, right? So, if that output demanded, both in the urban and rural areas, of course, anywhere it can happen. But if it is specific to the rural, somehow put only for the rural areas, then it is only for the. I don't know, I'm not expert, so of course it can happen.
That it is on the rural benefits, like I was
Yeah.
my basic question is that it's all about that organizational kind of things, processual kind of things, or it's about technology, or it's about the finance. What is that exactly?
Sir, everything I guess, because like in mostly when we talk about rural context, the type of businesses that we will be getting is mostly maybe micro or small, not even medium would be there. So everything would be different.
Initially, in fact, you were saying that we have a lot of startups,
Yes.
but no funds coming to that.
Yes.
So, it becomes surprising. So, you're talking about notional startups or effective startups?
No. Startups, like the type of funding that they get for each startup. Maybe there are many startups. In India, the most of the startups are micro level startups. Okay. So in micro, obviously, they can be of 1,000 rupees as well. Okay. But in other countries, it would be a multi-billion-dollar maybe startup. Okay. The number of unicorns has even like increased nowadays only in the last few years.
It should depend on the country context. I think that what happens in the rest of the world, I don't care. In the context of the India, or in a particular region, you can think
Yes.
of. If there are startups without backed by any money,
Yes.
this is no trouble.
That is no sir. If they are using their own money, that is called bootstrap entrepreneurship. So that is also.
So fund is available.
Fund is available.
Yeah,
Yes.
so that's
Yes.
it.
Huh.
Any other question?
Can you go to the slide, the matrix?
You can take only one.
Yeah, only one.
I just want to see the post like this matrix.
Yes sir.
Yes, fine. So, okay, I will tell you later. This can be, the data revision can be done. Okay, next.
Okay, you can discuss in the.
I understand. Comments, data revision can be done.
It's about pair-wise ranking only.
Yes.
Yes, pair-wise ranking.
Yes, pair factors is
See, actually, only the one metric, actually the upper matrix has been there, but all should be covered. That's fine.
Okay, let me thank all the speakers and also nice discussion for your, so the interactive session. So that is what we expected and what should be. So thank not only the speakers but also the participants, the audience. Okay, so let's be ready for lunch. Actually,
Okay, so everyone please take their seats. This technical session will be chaired by Professor P.H. Mohammed. Sir, I request you to please come to the dais.
Sir, please join.
So, friends, good afternoon. I think we have four papers. We have four papers, four presentations in this session, out of which one is online. And the remaining three are here. May I see if you are there? Please raise your hand. Three others who are there, like Jyoti Gangopadhyaya, okay, then Kunal Singh, okay, two, then one more speaker, Prem Ranjan Prasad Singh. He's joining, okay. So this online person is ready? Okay. Yeah, we'll have a presentation by Sri Tulsi Tiwari. He'll speak on CEO, he's the CEO and Chief Strategist, Alternative Approaches Private Limited, Mumbai. Sri Tulsi Tiwari sir will speak on business planning and execution in a rural setup. So, given this session will run from 2:30 to 3 o'clock. No, it's 2:30 to 4 o'clock. Therefore, four presentations are there. If we divide this 90 minutes, I think around 20-25 minutes we will allocate for each speaker. But depending on the first speaker will take almost half an hour for presenting his views. So we'll start with the first person, first speaker. I invite you, sir. Please start.
Can you hear me? Yes. Hello? Kindly confirm, can you hear me well?
We all are hearing you. Please continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Behra and Indian Statistical Institute, Girigiri, for inviting me here. This is a very vital initiative that you have taken about the rural entrepreneurship. I want to begin from speaking from point of view of rural economy. Generally, we measure economy by GDP, no? And when we talk about rural area, we tend to think about farmers, agriculture. Then we say that agriculture is only less than 20% of the GDP, whereas 2/3 population lives in rural area. So we justify somehow that the poverty of rural area is because 60% people are contributing 20% GDP. There is a huge confusion in our methodology and our approach when we think about rural. and we generally consider that the rural area is to be dependent upon city area, urban area, and the greater knowledge has to come from the city areas only. Last 75 years, we have been making the same mistake over and over. As a result, anyone from rural area who needs even 10,000, 15,000 rupees of monthly extra income, they decide to go to cities. Farmers and artisans, those who are highly skilled people, and they are doing very important work, they end up becoming security guards in city area. This is the tragedy of our nation, which has been happening for last 75 years, that the economy of rural India is not properly focused in a right way. It is supposed to be, so that is why I said that this initiative that you have taken, rural entrepreneurship, is a very, very vital initiative for the whole country, not only for rural area. There is no point you have 30,000 people living in Bombay and Delhi per square kilometer, concentrated, and the rural area we have 300 people living per square kilometer. Cities have also become inhabitable and rural area is also deserted. Both are losing. So there is something fundamentally wrong in policy making and proper thinking about from integrated perspective of the national economy. And that is why again I emphasize that taking up this particular subject, rural entrepreneurship, is of such a great vital importance from overall economic perspective of the nation. See what happened when industrialization happened, the world started moving towards centralization of production. See, the fundamental difference between India and any other country like America is 80% people are working in employment, salaried employment in America, whereas 80% people even today in India are not in salaried people, they are on self-employment basis, That has been the culture of this country, where maximum number of people are self-employed, having their own things to do, instead of searching for a job. This was never a job-driven country to begin with. And that error, which failed to create opportunities in the rural area, is the reason that today rural area is dependent on subsidies and charities. And we only think about agriculture when we talk about rural area. Economy as a whole is not only agriculture, it is a value-added products from agriculture onward. The importance of rural area is so vital, we realized during COVID itself. What are the 4 things that comes to your mind if you think about those 1.5 and 2 years of COVID era? What was important to human beings world over, not only in India? So you realize the food is the first thing. Second comes the preventive health care, not to fall sick, and that's where food becomes nutrition. So nutrition becomes the critical area. And the third parameter was that everybody wanted to live close to their friends and family, near their, meaning family life. And fourth was the internet technology, so that you could get connected with everywhere. Now out of all these 4 things, food and nutrition and preventive health care actually comes from rural economy. Unless we realize the importance of these things, we can never restructure the rural economy in a right way. So, my point is that when national policy makers need to think about rural area not from a side economy activity or farm related activity, it should be seen as a fundamental pivotal economy, and that will only happen when entrepreneurs are created in rural areas. See, farmer is an original entrepreneur, never forget that. The maximum risk has been taken by farmer because there is no guarantee to the income at all. all kinds of risks are taken. So the mindset of Indian farmer and Indian public at large has been entrepreneurial. Where we went wrong in policy making, that the greater educated people, they started having lack of confidence to enterprise because it was easier to get a job, and that was the approach. And that is why we are in this kind of a scenario that higher educated people are unwilling to enterprise because we are not willing to take that risk of enterprising. And that is one area where the work is required. Now, unless incentives are provided for enterprising for the youth, and more so in the rural area, how can rural enterprise come back into rural area? So, this is the direction that country needs to take. And with that, I need to share with you so that you can relate with as to what is this process of wealth creation that can be brought back to rural area. That is what very important for young people of today to understand. When we talk about economy, when we talk about business, the word that comes to our mind is money. Where does money come from? We need to understand what is money, where does it come from, then we can understand as to what is lacking and how it can be sorted out. So, to understand money, I want you to think about an era thousands of years ago when money was not there and people were doing business with each other. So, what were they doing? Obviously, barter. So, what was barter? Barter was simple process of that you are converting something from your own ideas, skills. Suppose there is a carpenter, he collects wood, he makes a chair. Suppose there is a fisherman who goes and collects the fishes from the pond, and they come and they exchange. That is barter. Now, how did money come in the play? So I want you to visualize and imagine a small village where first time some intelligent human being must have thought of the idea of money, and it was brought in the business of barter. So just imagine that that village where you are the person who have that intelligence. You bring, say, about 1,000 leaves from a banyan tree, and you utilize a symbol called a village symbol, you know, that village god symbol, and you put that all on that leaves and distribute 10 leaves each to all 100 people, you know. And now the barter is not required. Now, you know, that leaf is what money is all about. By itself, it has no value. But the first time when you exchange that leaf, which has carrying a symbol which nobody can put on their own, it is an authentic symbol. That's how notes are created today, currencies are created today by RBI, that everybody cannot create that. But those who are creating, they are also not allowed to create personally for themselves. That will be stealing. So that is how this currency got created, and that what happened. So the barter was not required. You don't need material to exchange at the same time. So the currency could be exchanged, and that's how the process of barter got broken into two steps. One is that where a person is giving, say, carpenter is giving the chair, and the other person doesn't have fish to give, so he is giving that leaf. So with the greater leaves, carpenter goes and buys something somewhere else from someone else at some other place where this currency is understood and utilized. So this is how the process of money is started, and power of money, currency, has enhanced the power of doing barter. There are many more barters possible in multiple locations, in multiple time. Distance and time becomes irrelevant. So if you really focus on and if you heard what I said and if it makes sense to you, you would realize the money is actually nothing but conversion of human time into some product. Whether it is a carpenter's chair or whether it is fisherman's fish, human time got involved and converted into money. So now if the money has to grow, what is required? Do you need some foreign money to grow your money? Do you need anybody else's money to grow your money? No. You need your own time. That time needs to be converted into greater money, new money. And how do you do that? I'll give you a simple example. You can connect. Suppose you are standing near a temple and there are a lot of people who are coming there and praying. And you see a lot of these lotus flowers, or different kinds of flowers in the pond. If I ask you, how do you make money now? What is it that you need to do? All you need to do is pluck those flowers, convert that into garland, and start selling it for say 10 rupees or 5 rupees, what people are willing to pay because they want garland. So you see, your time has converted into money because you could utilize some natural resource around which was available from the nature, and you converted into a value added product called garland, which people are wanting to go and put in the temple. So this is how simple it is to understand that value addition. So when we talk about when you have a 20 rupees kg of potato and you are buying a 200 rupees of potato chips. So the potato itself was 20 rupees a kg with a little bit of other things like oil and all put together, maybe 30 rupees of raw material. And you are utilizing the skill to convert that into. So this value added purpose is what is all about wealth creation. I hope, I don't know, see I am in a distant place. I can see some of you on the screen, but I cannot see all of you. And whether I am also doubtful at times whether my voice is reaching you or not. So these are the disadvantages of being online. So I hope, so if you are listening, this my words are reaching you. I want the youth of India to understand that forget about rural and urban. That is a confusion created. Wealth creation is the key parameter. And wealth creation, even if you are looking for employment, you are looking for employment from where? Somebody has created employment, that's what you are looking for. Is it or is it not? Right? Now tell me, who is a more important entity in society? The person who is looking for employment or a person who is providing employment? Obviously the one who is providing employment. So what is the difference between the two? So like in a train, you have one engine and then only there can be wagons which can be driven. Like that, being entrepreneur means becoming an engine, self-driven engine, who is not looking for a salary for oneself, who is taking the risk of starting an enterprise, of thinking, applying mind, learning from wherever knowledge is available, and converting some idea that one has into a product. It can be a service, it can be a film acting, it can be a material activity or it can be a non-material activity. Both kinds of, in today's time, we are gradually moving towards non-material activity. I am bringing this to your attention that how important being entrepreneur is. So, you understand that if educated people are going to all look for jobs, who are the ones who you expect to create jobs? And that is how critical for the economy. Now, it is definitely responsibility of government and institutions to create a right environment, right opportunity, right kind of a facilitation where you can understand where to get money from for setting up your enterprise and all. But this is the direction you need to take. Otherwise, rural economy will continue to be in the current scenario where cities are being crowded and we are looking at cities as a source of income and the rural area not as a source of income. And farmer is not getting the full advantage of growing farm food and they are poor. So this course correction has to come. So I want to quote something from 19th century here. You know, there was a guy called Charles Metcalfe. He was a British historian. What he told about Indian villages of those times, young people should know that. Just give me a second. Let me open this up. Now this is, just hear this out. Charles Metcalfe, what is saying in 19th century, somewhere in the middle of around 1850 or 60. This is about India he's talking. The village communities are little republics. The village communities are little republics, having nearly everything they want within themselves and almost independent of any foreign relations. They seem to last where nothing else lasts. Dynasty after dynasty tumbles down. Revolution succeeds to revolution. Hindu, Pathan, Mughal, Maratha, Sikh, finally English are all masters in turn. But the village community remains the same. This union of village communities, each one forming a separate little state by itself. I mean, he is looking at an independent village which is self-sufficient in its own economy, right from food to every kind of product, and he is calling that village area as a republic. Republic is generally used in context of a nation. So understand the importance that he is giving to that. And then he says, the union of village communities, each one forming a separate little state by itself, has, I consider, contributed more than any other cause to the preservation of the people of India through all the revolutions and changes which they have suffered, and is in a high degree conducive to their happiness and to their enjoyment of a great portion of freedom and independence. Happiness, freedom, independence, all that existed in this country which is lost. Today if the villager is looking for farm subsidy or waiting for a Manrega part-time employment, they are all made to behave as if they are some sort of a bonded slaves, who are dependent, they are like beggars. This is what we have become in the last 75 years. And this is 2/3 of population of India. And any child of a farmer who is doing well in studies, what is he going to do? He or she is going to go away, be in Bombay, be in Delhi, or be in New York City one day because they are talented. Now, why? Because opportunities are not created for the young minds in rural area. But now times are changing. Times are changing. Now internet technology is at your disposal. Now internet technology makes it possible that you can do so many things. Now I will not detail and go into much detail now. I think I should sum up. I wanted to basically give you an overview about what Indian villages were. And that is when India was supposed to be Sone ki Chidiya. Now if you want that Sone ki Chidiya back, the villages have to again become stronger in a new avatar. What is the new avatar? They will be equipped with science and technology. That is the fundamental difference. So the entrepreneur, now the growth of future India is not by large corporations coming to villages, starting something and employing farmers' children. That is not the real future. The real future will be that farmers' children are becoming science and technology driven, and they start their small enterprises in the rural area, and because of them, foreigners come and buy important products from rural area, and that is the future. So it is not about, industrialization has done great disservice to the world also by centralization of production, centralization of knowledge, centralization of enterprising. So only handful people when you talk about a startup in India, you are talking about unicorn. What unicorn we are talking about? There can be 1 or 2 or 10 unicorns, no problem. But we need millions of small entrepreneurs who are earning 1 lakh rupees, 50,000 rupees a month through enterprising, who are creating 10 lakh rupees a month, who are able to create 5 employment, 10 employment, 100 employment. So millions of entrepreneurs are required in this in this our country today. And so the future is about how do we leverage the power of information technology and make a plan where in rural area opportunities should be available so that you can become rich, you can do business from being in the rural area, utilizing information technology and utilizing your own background in science and technology, but you need to decide to become an entrepreneur. So this is on the whole, in a nutshell, I think I should sum it up because more than that is not possible in this 20-25 minute time. So I think, I hope I have conveyed some important aspect of rural entrepreneurship from the point of view of what policymakers are supposed to do on one hand, in terms of creating opportunity, in terms of banking facilities, and what individual youth has to do in terms of taking their initiative and making up their mind that I want to become engine of a train, not just a wagon. So make up your mind, because out of 10, if one person decides to do that, that is all that is required. 9 other people can act as wagons with one engine to begin with. So this is all, my friends, young people, that I have to convey to you. I hope I have made some sense to you, Dr. Behra. I hope, and so I should sum it up now. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much, Sri Tulsi Tiwari ji. In fact, we are all listening to you very comfortably, and there was a pin drop of silence. Because of that, you must have got that doubt that you are not audible, but you are audible, and you are mesmerizing us. So, Tiwari ji has spoken about the, first of all, a critical outlook of policy making in India, where we have left out the entrepreneurial policies. That is one thing he has raised, and so that led to lapses in policy making has led us to lose the entrepreneurial opportunities in rural areas, vis-a-vis the agricultural entrepreneurial lack of agricultural entrepreneurs in agriculture and in countryside. Then the malnutrition kind of resultant factor that he has highlighted. And also very interestingly, uh, Tulsi Tiwari ji has suggested to create wealth and bring back the money from abroad. And also he has focused on exchange system, evolution of exchange system, beautifully summing up, locating entrepreneurship. How fisherman gets into the activity of getting fishes, then selling them out, and also creating money, thus creating the wealth. Then how to convert that wealth into the profit. Therefore, the entrepreneurial activity comes into the picture. That's what he mean to state in this regard. So also he has put up the temporal dimension. Also has brought in. Then therefore, value addition is another factor that he has pointed out. So thank you very much, sir. I think we'll take few questions so that you can concentrate on other activities that you are engaged. We'll take few questions, sir, if you permit.
Yeah, go ahead. There is one point I also want to make, but let me hear a question from you. I will very much appreciate if a young person has a question for me.
Yeah, all are young persons only here, except few.
Oh, very good. I consider Dr. Behra also young only.
Yeah, he's very younger.
Thank you very much for your lovely work and presentations. And as far as I understand, that if 80% of the people live in the villages, on the other hand, agriculture sector produces say 20%. So this gives you how the dependence of the people on other sectors in some sense. Now, so what's the way out? As a way out, you talked about that. So major problem is the employment generation. So if there is an employment generation possible, then people will switch to the urban areas or some other job sectors. So in that sense, the pressure on agriculture sector will fall, even without any fall in the agriculture produce. Now, if government sector One is that government sector generates employment, or otherwise government sector gives some provision such that employment is generated. But as we know that in the government sector, a meager amount of job creation is there, right? So in such a context, then you are talking about the entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship should come. The question is that we understand that if there is an entrepreneurship, the job will be created. But question is that in your lecture you have not talked about that how that entrepreneur should be motivated, what will be the policy, government policy or some other policies, what kind of facilities will be given so that job opportunities might be developed and therefore entrepreneurship developed. Thank you.
You are asking about how to begin enterprise, is it? That's what you meant? Yeah, you know the volume is weak here, please.
So question is that entrepreneurship should develop, right? That is the main thing. But how? That is the main question.
See, I gave you a very simple example of converting those flowers into garland. It's a very crude example of telling that understanding what is required by people and be able to produce that. Now see, I talked about nutrition. In the rural area, the greatest potential right now lies in coming up with nutritional products. You know, way back we have had traditional food we were eating which were healthy. Now they are all lost. In today's internet-driven world, it is possible for a young person to apply mind and think about a product, whether it's a cookies or whatever, in any. So food and nutrition is the first area one should try. And to enterprise, one has to first make up a mind that initially there is no immediate income coming. So that preparation of human mind to be willing to take that risk, that I am going to take a chance and start, that initiative has to be there. And then identification of which particular product is required in the marketplace is the next. So identification of correct opportunity is the greatest challenge if a person has a right initiative.
Okay, yes.
So identification of opportunity is where the institutional system like bankers, banks are supposed to do that. The bank manager's real job is not to give loan for scooters and cars. That is a waste of their time. Okay. It is their role is to identify an entrepreneur and tell them that in this area this kind of project is.
I understood what you are trying to say. Thank you very much.
If any questions from the students, particularly because it's after all, for your benefit only this conference is conducted mostly. If you cannot come out, there is no meaning of having such platforms. Any questions, any doubt, any addition you want to make? Okay, sir. I think there are no questions.
Thank you very much. And then I should say goodbye to everyone. Thank you very much, ISI and Dr. Behra, and all of you. Bye.
So let me call upon the next speaker. I think why don't you all come to the dais, sit here, all the presenters who are participating in this session. I invite you, Sri Prem Ranjan Prasad Singh ji. Please come out to the dais. So, and Dipjyoti Gangopadhyay. Also Kunal Singh. So now that one online lecture, online presentation is over, and offline thing will take up with Prem Ranjan Prasad Singh ji. He will present his. He will give his presentation on the topic rural entrepreneurship financing, opportunities and challenges. You also have 30 minutes.
Namaskar and Jawal to all of you. Dr. Behra and other dignitaries on the dais and members of the organizing committee and all the learned fellow participants. Greetings for the day. I'm happy to be here at the Indian Statistical Institute, which has a rich legacy and its roots can be traced down to Prasanta Chandra Mahalanobis ji. The use of stat has evolved and is now considered as a preferred tool for drawing inferences in various fields. The discipline has moved beyond collection of facts for interpretation and drawing inferences to predict and analyze to aid policy making. The theme chosen for this summit, that is entrepreneurship for inclusive growth and sustained development, contains three topical words, that is entrepreneurship, inclusive and sustainable. And these are key to holistic development for any nation and more so for our country, and is very much relevant for our times. I therefore congratulate the Indian Statistical Institute for choosing this topic, and I'm sure new ideas would emerge out of this two-day summit. I'm here amongst you, as was mentioned, to share my views on the topic rural entrepreneurship, financing, opportunities and challenges. A topic which is closely related to the theme of the summit. A usual disclaimer also that the views expressed are mine, solely mine, and in no way they should be construed as the opinion of the organization I represent. For the erudite audience here, it would be run of the mill to tell background on entrepreneurship. And as you might be knowing that the word entrepreneur originates from the 13th century French verb entreprendre. I don't know in French how exactly it is pronounced, but I'm just making a guess as well as you. It means to do something or to undertake. By the 16th century, the noun form entrepreneur was being used to refer to someone who undertakes a business venture. The first academic use of the word by an economist was likely in 1730 by Richard Cantillon, who identified the willingness to bear the personal financial risk of a business venture as the defining characteristic of an entrepreneur. In the early 18th century, economist Jean-Baptiste Say and John Stuart Mill further popularized the academic uses of the word entrepreneur. The concept of rural entrepreneurism was propagated through an idea of provision of urban amenities to rural areas, advocated by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in his book Target 3 Billion. The theme of this summit in some way is trying to find solutions toward this objective. In simple terms, rural entrepreneurship is the creation of businesses in rural environment. Therefore, it could be understood as an effort undertaken by an individual or a community in a rural setting with an objective of generating income, employment, taking advantage of available resources, improving quality of life, and mitigation of migration, etc. Establishing business is important for a country's progress, and it is more relevant for our country with 140 billion of population. As it augments economic and employment growth, central as well as state governments are continuously launching new schemes, and encouraging the citizens to come up with innovative business ideas. But why such emphasis is now placed on this rural entrepreneurship? The answer lies in the desire of the nation to have inclusive growth. We are the shining stars across the globe, and it has been mentioned by the world bodies also that India is a shining star in otherwise dismal environment of growth presently worldwide. But for us, it is important that with 140 crore people, this growth should be inclusive and should percolate down and be engineered by all and everyone. So the answer lies in the desire of the nation to have inclusive growth, a growth story which is shared by all the citizens of our country. And to achieve inclusive growth, it's imperative to promote rural entrepreneurship, as you were just having a deliberation that we have so many people in Jharkhand also it is I think 77% still reside in rural areas. So that is why they are important on rural entrepreneurship. For a nation like India, as well as the state, the role of the government is supporting and scaling rural enterprises, and it is of pivotal importance. To facilitate this rural entrepreneurship, let me highlight some of the initiatives taken by the government. Many of you already know, but just to refresh, we have this PMMY, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, a flagship scheme of Government of India, which facilitates microcredit loan up to 10 lakh, which has recently been enhanced for eligible customers, existing customers to 20 lakhs, and that is aimed to generate income and involve micro enterprises engaged in the non-farm sector, that is in manufacturing, trading, or services sectors, including activities allied to agriculture such as poultry, dairy, apiculture, etc. Then there is the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, which aims to generate employment opportunities through the establishment of micro enterprises in the non-farm sector for rural as well as urban areas. The Government of India's Startup Village Entrepreneurship Program, SVEP, has been initiated with the purpose of assisting entrepreneurs to establish their business enterprises in rural India. Then the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship is also executing the Pradhan Mantri Yuva initiative to form entrepreneurial training and education across the country. The Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission, that is called Day in LM scheme, in conjunction with this, also supports group women entrepreneurship in rural areas, which involve agriculture and allied sector, and also tries to provide market linkages. To instill a culture of entrepreneurship and to facilitate establishment of rural enterprises, rural self-employment training institutes that our cities refer to have also been set up, and we are also very encouraging results are there in the state also. For marketing of products produced by the women self-help groups promoted under Day NRLM, the Ministry of Rural Development has collaborated with the government e-marketplace that we call GEM portal. Then off-farm producer organizations are also being facilitated for onboarding onto ONDC, that is Open Network for Digital Commerce, which is an initiative aimed at promoting open networks for all aspects of the exchange of goods and services over digital or electronic networks. Then there is Stand Up India, a scheme by Ministry of Finance for financing SC or women entrepreneurs by facilitating bank loans up to rupees 1 crore to set up green field project enterprises in manufacturing, services, trading sector, and activities allied to agriculture. The government of India has also launched Udyam portal. All of you must be aware, where any person who intends to establish a micro, a small or medium enterprise can get the registration as MSME unit, thereby becoming eligible for various government-sponsored schemes, and the unit is also eligible to get credit under priority sector. So all these are various schemes which try to aid rural entrepreneurship and financing. It is an accepted fact that the credit plays a pivotal role in stimulating economic activity. When businesses and individuals have access to credit, they can invest in productive ventures, expand operations, and also innovate. As I come from RBI, the Reserve Bank of India strives to provide a conducive environment so that the credit is accessible, and it is available in time also to all without any discrimination. RBI launched this National Strategy for Financial Inclusion 2019-24 on January 10th, 2020, and it identifies 6 strategic objectives. And this is a national strategy for financial inclusion countrywide. And these 6 strategies include: first is universal access to financial services to all. The second is providing basic bouquet of various financial services. Third is access to livelihood and skill development. Fourth is financial literacy and education. Fifth is customer protection and grievance redress. And sixth is effective coordination. Because without coordination, things in isolation would not work in that effective way. And the coordination enhances and leverages all the available resources, and the stakeholders come together and combine for the benefit of the country as a whole. To achieve this vision, it identified certain milestones, such as first one is providing banking access to every village or hamlet of 500 households in hilly areas within a 5-kilometer radius by March 2020. Second one is strengthening digital financial services to create infrastructure to move towards a cashless, or better to say less cash society by March 2022. And the third one is that ensuring that every adult has access to a financial services provider through a mobile device by March 2024, and we're very close to that. We continue to follow it up in our state level bankers committee meetings, and the results are encouraging, and we are close to the target. In addition, separate set of directions have been issued to regulated financial institutions for disbursement of credit to priority sector, self-help groups, and we hear the success stories also when we visit far-flung areas across the districts of the state, and it's heartening to note that many women and entrepreneurs, they share their success stories. And MSMEs also, because these are MSMEs considered to be the engine of the growth story of India, because it contributes in a big way to the economic growth also, and also it provides employment to a large strata of people, also contributes around half to the exports, our exports. Then there are PM Vishwakarma Yojana benefits. All these are aimed to facilitate rural entrepreneurship. Specific to the presence of financial institutions in the state which we discuss, our state, Jharkhand, it's to be noted that different types of financial players are there, which include, apart from banks, non-banking companies and insurance companies. And there has been also a very perceivable drive from all these players, resulting in the rise of increased footprints across the state. I will share some data that will make it more clear. As of 31st March 2015, there were about 2,799 bank branches and about 2,608 ATMs in the state, and it increased to about 3,294 bank branches and 3,428 ATMs respectively as on 30th June 2024. So if you compare this recent data of June 24, the growth is around 47% in the span of 8 or 9 years. And as far as in bank branches, and 14% is the growth in ATMs. And we have other avenues also, digital avenues now, which are almost growing double in every couple of years, aided by UPI and other host of facilities available. So the penetration level of the banking and other financial institution has witnessed a remarkable growth over the years. The availability of bank offices, branches, banking outlets, which we say, and ATMs per 1 lakh population has also increased from 6.2 to 9.95. That is for bank branches, and 3.3 to 10.37 respectively between 2011 and 2024. So these are some of the numbers which indicate the increased or enhanced footprints of financial institutions operating across the state. Between 2011 to 23, the number of bank offices and branches per 1,000 square kilometers, which is also one yardstick, has also increased by about 65%, from 25.7 to 42.4, whereas the number of ATMs has increased by about 284%, roughly 300%, from 13.6 to 52.1 in the same period, that is 2011 to 2023. One yardstick is CD ratio, where we lack overall if it's compared to the national average, which is resounding 86% right now. But if you see that progress within the last couple of years, state has also taken strides in this direction. The CD ratio, which is an indicator of credit growth, has also improved, and as on June 30, 24, it stands very close to 50%. It was hovering around 46% a couple of years ago. So considering that a 4% increase over a period of 2 or 3 years is good, also, although we are still lagging behind the national average, but the progress is noteworthy. The credit flow to the priority sector, which has also improved in the recent years. Similarly, the other criteria like PM Kisan and KCC schemes have been fundamental in improving the financial conditions of the farmers in the state. Both these schemes have over 30 13 lakh beneficiaries in the state, and we have banks coming up with schemes like Har Ghar Credit KCC, Har Ghar Kisan Credit Card. So hopefully all these initiatives will pan out and uh, facilitate more growth in this area. And we, on our part, also we have come up with this public tech infrastructure, public tech platform for frictionless credit in, in collaboration with our subsidiary RBI Innovation Hub situated in Bangalore. So there, what we do, we will come to that. We facilitate integration of the data available for farmers and allied activities, even for dairy producers, and pool means integrate 7 or 8 agencies, and they are digitally connected, and that facilitates credit to like Kisan credit card loans up to 1.6 lakhs without any collateral. That facilitates these loans within a few minutes, which for which farmers have to visit bank branches till now, and at least uh, it takes 4 to 5 visits on an average. So there are 8 categories of loans which are now available digitally, and it has been successfully pilot tested in 6 states, and we had a round of meetings in collaboration with our state government officials, and we hope that soon this breakthrough, this facility will be available here also, and Jharkhand may be the 7th state to do so. Our team are engaging with government departments and examining their data. So all these are to encourage this rural entrepreneurship financing. The sole motto is to make credit available in time, and adequate credit is available to the people who are engaged in economic activities across the state and the nation. The state has also witnessed improvement on financial inclusion front. That is one of our developmental functions, financial inclusion, financial literacy. Through financial inclusion, we uh, make available financial products for the general public, and through financial literacy, we create demand for that, so that public can demand what are the facilities available for them, so that they can use these facilities gainfully and for their economic activities in a secure and uh, sound manner. So the number of bank offices branches in tier 5, that is 5,000 to up to 10,000 population, and tier 6, that is less than 5,000 categories, who mainly live in rural areas and are largely unbanked. That has increased from 135 to 347 and 763 to 1,100 respectively between 2006 and 2023. And you'll be happy to note that all the uh, areas with less than 5,000 populations recently have been covered through bank branches. The last one was, I think, if I remember correctly, in Palamu district. So that has also been covered through continuous efforts. The expansion in the network of banks has helped towards facilitating the financial inclusion in the entire state. About 180 crore Jandhan accounts have been operated till 30th September 23 in the state. And this has helped in broadening the financial inclusion further. The targeted financial inclusion intervention schemes, which is operational in the 19 aspirational districts, out of 24 districts in Jharkhand, 19 are aspirational districts, and is increasing the degree of financial inclusion across the state. One other area is that what is the level of non-performing assets? Because if we talk about financing in general and to the public and for the benefit, often there is a question that how much how healthy is that portfolio. So if you take that NPA, because NPAs are not good for financial health, it also discourages somewhat the financial institutions of further on lending and also blocks that amount for further on lending. So unfortunately, the ratio happened to be high in our area, and still it's above the national average of 2.8%. But the trend is encouraging over the last few years. During the last few years, it has shown a declining trend, and it is 5.39% as on June 30, 24. These things are maybe not up to the level of national level, and among the leaders in these aspects, the state maybe, but the trajectory is correct and the improvements are perceivable and things are moving in the desired direction. The financial institutions are expanding expanding their network, and at the same time they are offering a bouquet of financial services both in offline and online mode, and that is also encouraging that people are getting more and more accustomed to the online modes. And we, on our part, through the help of financial institutions, we encourage the uh, safety and security awareness among those people, because so that the technology is used for responsible innovation, what we say, that is secure and safe also, and facilitates people also to gain from the and leverage upon the technical advancements at the same time. The demographic and geographic density of financial institutions have improved to a significant level, and uh, guided by our RBI Regional Office Ranchi, the state level bankers committee continues to focus on bridging this rural urban divide, reducing the gap between top performance district wise also and institution wise also, and bottom performance, improving the priority sector lending and other lendings, and also reducing the non performing assets. Having highlighted the increase in banking network, let me also highlight a bit about the state of economy. As per Jharkhand Economic Survey 2023-24, which you might be aware, the per capita income of Jharkhand is one of the lowest in the country. It was, I think, maybe knowing, ranked 26th out of 28 states of the country at the time of its formation in 2000, just above Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. And sorry to say, not much has changed in the last 2 decades. It still has the same position, still ranked 25th among the 28 states. Means just if we can say the progress one notch above its earlier status. So out of 28 states, it is still 25th, and that is only ahead of Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and Manipur. The state's economy is sustained by 7.9 million hectares of agricultural land, which was discussed in the earlier paper also, providing sustenance for around 80% of the population. That is 77% to be precise, as per the available data. 76 or 77% reside in rural areas. These are statistics which highlight the need for this rural entrepreneurship in this state. And it's up that such a summit is being organized here in this state, because definitely the state needs to scale up and scale up the ladder. If we consider this per capita income as one yardstick for all the 28 states of the nation. Now, some shifting to the challenges, some challenges of being an entrepreneur is not easy, and the enterprise is for coming the enterprise in the rural area settings. The dynamics are more complex than the urban settings. We have to concede that the challenges emanate from the prevalent societal and gender-based biases also, to lack of understanding of business, entrepreneurship, and access to the requisite skills essential to run such enterprises, in spite of all the schemes and all the training endeavors also, which I have picked up recently. The entrepreneurs who have the courage to work on a business idea often face challenges, and it's a fact in understanding the needs of the market, which was being discussed, that if there is uh, an intelligent entrepreneur, he will first assess the uh, need, what is the need, what are the opportunities. So they have to understand the needs of the market, the viability of their product, and its sustainability for markets. And also there are learnings from the best practices across the states, because one of the things one paper highlighted, read some time ago, that in some southern states, the rural entrepreneurs have a very smooth or convenient access to market. Means they close to farms, they can come up to the highways also, and there are facilities and there are systems, there are customs that they can come up close by and sell their products directly. So maybe such best practices can be shared across the states, and there are learning points for state departments also, and other organizations also, which will help in the entrepreneurship, rural entrepreneurship in our state also. And maybe those who are financing, they can also consider innovative ideas to implement, to make available more accessible markets for the producers. So, furthermore, those enterprises who manage to establish themselves in the market and generate some early stage revenue, they also face difficulties through inconsistent market linkages, severe competition from urban markets, urban players, and a lack of infra facilities for logistical challenges also. And sometimes they are also not very well versed with the norms which are prevalent, being rural entrepreneurs. With regard to these financing challenges, particularly pertinent to our state, two areas where further brainstorming is required are: one is collateral, and the other is financial uh, footprints, how to enhance these. Let me amplify a bit on these points. While under various schemes of union and state governments, micro and small entrepreneurs are eligible to obtain collateral free loan up to rupees 10 lakh or maybe 20 lakh, which is the enhanced limit for Mudra loans. However, scaling of businesses often require collateral also, where they meet the roadblock, especially in our state, and that somewhat, to some extent, discourages their vision. A second issue pertains to the first-time entrepreneurs who lack credit history, leading to difficulty in credit appraisal for proposals submitted by them. There are also some developments have taken place, and there are some AI-enabled cash flow-based now schemes in banks available, and more and more research going on this. But still, there is some way to go. So I would like to inform that RBI has embarked on this, what I was referring, ambitious project of public tech platform for frictionless credit. and the project intends to leverage digitalization of data to deliver credit to public in almost no time. It aims to bring efficiency in the lending process in terms of reduction of costs, quicker disbursements, and scalability. And as I said, we had a round of meetings with state government, and our teams from central office and Bangalore RBI Innovation Hub have also visited various departments, taken their data, they're examining that, and we are very hopeful to bring it to this state also, and maybe, as I said, 6 states are already there, which have implemented. So we hope to soon start this pilot base uh, facility for the state also, maybe in some select districts. I believe that rural entrepreneurship can be promoted by increasing access to the community and bridging the gaps in certain areas such as mentoring. That is also very important. Mentoring by industry experts, maybe from the state, which can volunteer, and maybe through various NGOs also across the nation, and establishing incubation centers and conducting ideation workshops, hackathons to spur innovation and entrepreneurship mindsets. And I'm hopeful that these type of workshops, symposiums, seminars, and deliberations will also ignite that will and show pathways for that rural entrepreneurship and also its financing. Because while the governments have taken various initiatives to alleviate the problem uh, towards this rural entrepreneurship, this will involve sustained and focused effort from all the stakeholders, all the players, some of which I named just right now. And with the right support, access to training in France, we can help rural entrepreneurs start and grow their businesses, create jobs, and drive economic development in their communities, as also this entire state and the nation. The Honorable Prime Minister launched the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision to make India a developed nation by 2047. We complete 100 years of our independence, and we soon hope to be the third largest economy in the world in 3 years or so. The vision encompasses various aspects of development, including economic growth, social progress, environmental sustainability, and good governance. Rural entrepreneurship will greatly contribute to this realization of this vision. It's not no more a dream; it's a vision, and we are embarking to that journey and to together. And my best wishes to summit and the rural entrepreneurs and financiers, and may we hope for the best. Thanks.
Just one question. Thank you very much. In fact, we clearly noted what is rural entrepreneurship. It is in his own word creation of business and rural employment. Then it brought out a lot of information for the benefit of the audience. You have to avail India skills. You have to know for any startups and any kind of things. Rural entrepreneurship. It's a very informative lecture. It's a lecture I can tell. So, in fact, we have given much time to this presentation, given the advantages that it is involved. Now,
I hope I have not exceeded the time.
You have exceeded, but
So what we'll do, questions are welcome.
Yeah.
And I will take, yeah, come on.
My first question. I think
If possible, I will answer, and then otherwise I will take it as feedback.
So, on the outset, let me congratulate you for a fantastic talk. In fact,
Thanks.
you accepted my invitation. As an apex body and apex banking agency, what is your role? What mechanisms you have to promote entrepreneurial culture, particularly among the rural youth?
as we were just mentioning, that what we are now focusing apart from other things like expanding the ambit of priority sector loans and including a lot of the things which are required for the society and a country like India, which is growing and growing fast, like EVs, etc. We have brought under the ambit of priority sector, and also if you see the circular, there are many departures from earlier. Apart from that, what we are focusing at through the institutions like RBI Innovation Hub, I was mentioning, to how to leverage technology in a responsible way, so that not only we keep pace with the entire world, but in many cases we have exceeded. Means uh, reached the top pinnacle also, like in digital transactions, UPI or no, it is a success story which is being uh, uh, envied by others, and many countries want to collaborate with also. So these, I was just referring, it is a very good platform, that public tech platform for frictionless credit, and it will go a long way because not only KCC, it encompasses now a bouquet of almost 8 loans right now, and which will increase 8 type of loans. So through the digital footprints and making it's a hassle-free loan for the public in general, they just have to apply, and all the means KYC details, other GST details, land records, and all other allied things will be pulled from various platforms which it integrates. So these things will, these facilities will be game changer, because there is a much hesitation right now on the part of one who is a small businessman or farmer, or uh, just recently started as rural enterprise, for him to run around the bank branches for small loans, etc. Uh, Now they had just to apply for it, and out of 28 states, we have almost implemented in one-fourth of the states right now, and it will happen nationwide. We are just in the process also. The states are also purging their data, related data. So, like Jan Dhan accounts or direct benefit transfer, this is on the other hand, in credit, on the credit part, it tries to provide the same facilities for the public in general, and it will be a great experience just to apply, and within minutes, if you get your loan through secured uh, way, and through the means players which are identified for these purposes. So these things will help in a great way, and we hope it will revolutionize this in the same way, like this direct benefit transfer and other things have. So this credit part is also now under attention, and we are what we call responsible innovation, and we are encouraging this also. We have just created the RBI Innovation Hub for this purpose only. So through regulatory sandbox, we test the various products and then come out for the public, roll it out for the public, first in a limited scale, pilot basis, and then uh, selecting some districts in the states, and then expanding it to the entire state. So this will, I think, be a game changer.
Thank you very much. Very important point you raised up, especially based on my sort of experience ground levels. What I observed that there are many institutional inefficiencies, especially related to land record management, as you pointed out very sharply. When you start off with plan for a startup or in entrepreneurial venture, that time you come across number of institutional inefficiencies, especially related to land records or a bureaucratic also. So dealing with these issues, especially there are some people, especially the ordinary people, they find out the problem of corruption also. How to address these social problems, especially because this is a major financially responded and government has a lot of these schemes, programs, technology also government has a lot of technological innovations and all that. But how to counter these social issues?
Yeah, that's one interesting thing is that there is what we may say peer effect, and it facilitates in a great way. In the states which we have already implemented it, the experience is that if in one district, suppose we start in a few districts in a state, if in one district it is implemented, because one thing is to first ensure data perfection and then go ahead. That will take time. What it does, that wherever it has been implemented, those farmers of the districts, they have their relatives, acquaintances in other districts. So in other districts, people on their own volunteer and go, and in fact try to get their records updated. Otherwise, if there is no benefit there, so sometimes all of us have some sort of uh, rural linkages. So we are often not so excited about going and getting our names registered, etc. But if it happens in one district, other districts, people by themselves, that is the experience. They go to the offices, circle offices, get their records updated. So it has a very good peer effect on nearby districts, and through word of mouth, if some farmer avails a loan or some small business, they get loans in few minutes. So it spreads very fast, and they also, so that is a kind of public awareness also it is creating, and that is also in a way making the existing systems efficient, because people want these things to be done for them, so they follow up. So that is also the experience in other states.
Next question. Arun sir,
Since you are in RBI, what is that? You will a better position to give some of my queries.
Yeah, I will try. Otherwise, I will refer as feedback to our central office.
Yeah, we all know that funding is a big problem for small enterprises, particularly rural areas. And you have already informed that many bank branches, ATMs, etc. And also the number of policies that we are talking about have been ordered. And these are not long ago implemented. My specific question is that, given this short period of work, to what extent these rural small enterprises are benefiting, and then how many enterprises are benefited, or what are the conditions generally banks imposed so that they can get the benefit, and if they fail, then what are the policies for solution?
I will just because there are many studies also. Some of those studies are conducted by uh, various stat and economics people in our. They are specialized cadres in our bank also, and that is getting published in RBI Bulletin and other forms. So they do such exercises. That is not necessarily from the uh, organization's perspective, but individual endeavors. That gives some light, throw some light. I will refer because I have interaction with NABARD and in the SLBC forum. So NABARD has carried out many such studies also in rural areas, especially for Jharkhand, and they also come up with publications which they release in our SLBC. So there some sort of stories they say, share. Like just someone was mentioning to me that in Giridih also there is a mushroom cultivation that is of very good quality and a special quality, which is almost 1,000 rupees per kg. Like in this pisciculture also, fishing also, NABARD has shared data that, if I remember correctly, that one fisherman in small ponds, they are able to generate income up to 5 lakhs also. And they have a lot of studies data, I don't remember right now. So science are encouraging, and if institutions are also ready to go to the villages, institutions like NABARD and other. We also have schemes encouraging lending through priority sector, especially in rural and allied areas. So the signs are encouraging. What I was just mentioning that one thing is that how these best practices are shared across the people in the state, and that is very much required because when we go for town hall meetings in far-flung areas, so as I was mentioning, there are many rural women and who come up with their success stories, how they started from a very meager amount and how they turned into, they almost 10 or 12 times they have enhanced their credit also and income also. So there are stories we have to look at the brighter sides and share these best practices through all the agencies, all the stakeholders as far as possible because it is a collective effort.
We will take last question. Okay. Already.
So you have mentioned that 77% of the Jharkhand population belongs to rural economy or rural area.
That will be more or less same and similar.
70 to 77%. So what is their contribution to the GDP? What is the percentage of their contribution to the GDP?
No, my is personal take. Not my official. Somebody was mentioning it is 20% or close to that. So my data may be there, but personally, I don't believe in these simple equations because there are many facets to employment, many facets to uh, productive engagements also, and also add to that many socio and psychological factors also. So things cannot be seen in isolation. That so 76% or so are just producing. Because that is why we talk about this inclusive growth. So how gainfully we employ our this what we call demographic dividend is also very much important. So if you see in even developed nations, there are other aspects which affect life greatly, in which we are well off as compared to them. So things are to be looked into a holistic way. That will be my personal submission, not an official one.
So the government is providing so many. A small question: government is providing so many direct benefits transfers to farmers, so many financial schemes to farmers, but still the farmers are the most deprived section in the society, or the most economically below middle class. Farmers are considered to be, in general, farmers are considered to be in eastern zone. Farmers are considered to be below middle class. So after providing so many benefits to the farmers, why are these schemes are not enough for the farmers, or the government is not implementing these schemes properly to the farmers?
It is very dangerous to come to conclusions. I will just simply say that it is a process, and we go step by step. Just consider the sheer magnitude of population which we do have. So that sets us apart from other uh, developed nations. So we have other dynamics also to gather. Okay.
We are running short of time and we are cutting into next session already.
Thanks a lot for inviting me also and for that encouraging and engaging discussion, deliberations also.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Friends, I will invite Mr. He is IRDM Faculty Center, Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Education and Research Institute, Kolkata. He will speak on revolutionizing artificial intelligence driven value chain for enhanced efficiency and you may cut short your duration if it is possible. 15 minutes for given.
Very good afternoon, all the dignitaries. scientists, professors, scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deepjyoti Gangobadhyay. I am a PhD scholar of IIDM Faculty Center, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, Narendrapur, Kolkata. I'm going to deliver a short presentation on revolutionary agriculture, AI-driven value chain for enhanced efficiency and sustainability. So, coming to the introduction part. So, as we know that the global population is increasing day by day, and now we have a huge number of human to feed. And as per the Lilo and co-authors, they stated that to adequately feed this growing population, our current method of managing the whole value chain is not appropriate. We have to change we have to fundamentally transform the whole value chain. So I and my teammates and my scholars and one of my professor has tried to propose a theoretical framework of AI-based agricultural value chain. So next slide. So basically, the objective of the study, as I told before, that to establish a AI-based value chain model that is quite a little different from the traditional agricultural value chain model. This next slide. So the whole steps is followed by basically from the review of literature method. We have reviewed a number of literature related to the AI and identified different appropriate AI tools. And finally, we discussed with the expert advice. So we take that expert advice and finalized a proposed model of AI-based value chain. Next. So, as we all know, we all are familiar to this traditional value chain model. I'm not going to elaborate it. We will elaborate how AI tools can be implemented in each and every steps from the next slide. So for the first step, we can use the agri task. So basically, there is no proposed AI-based value chain model. We have studied, we know that different companies, different organizations use different AI-based tools, AI-based apps, IoT-based apps for their particular users. Like AgriTask is a AI-based app which we can use for to optimize to for the you can use for this for the how much labor we need. We can collect human resource by using this app, and AgroStat is another one. So by this we can sell and buy the seeds and fertilizers, pesticides, etc. And I have mentioned two in every steps, and else are we have make a QR code, and you can access the whole app collections in that particular PDF file by scanning the QR code. And I tried to make these particular two apps in basically tried most of the apps in Indian context, because as central government always says that vocal for local. Next slide, please. And for the second stage, growing and production, most of us know that the Plantix app is there for identifying diagnose the plant-based diseases. It is now is AI-empowered mobile app. And next is ChatGPT. We all are familiar to this app, to this AI tool, which is powered by OpenAI. So as per Dr. Sinha and the co-authors, they stated in a blog that we can use the ChatGPT AI as the advisory tool. We all know that how much agri-advisory services is important for the production and the growing of every agricultural crops. Next. Next is processing and packaging. Labs is there. Labs basically is IoT based app, and it monitors the milk quality and processing traceability. So it is basically used for the dairy sectors. And there is Sortex. Sortex is used for grading and sorting of the agricultural products. Next. So there is next is the storage and distribution. Both are the Indian app. First is AgriBazaar, which is using the online marketplace using AI for efficient storage and distribution of agricultural products. And next is Ninja Card, which optimizes the supply chain from farm to retail, reducing the food waste. Next. And last is markets. That Gramophone is there. It is a Indian app which provides the marketing insights, pricing trends, and recommendation. And another is Bija. So I have elaborated all the particular steps of the value chain, and finally we are proposing next. Sorry, and there is some government initiative I have mentioned that we all know Inam and Mosam. Mosam is very recently it is become the AI empowered app which gives us the weather forecasting. As we all know that weather forecasting is very crucial for the current days agricultural production as the climate change is at its peak, and there is Inam also there. Next. And finally, combining all the steps, we are redesigning and proposing the agriculture AI-enabled agricultural value chain model. And this is the whole model. Next. There is some conclusion part. So the AI integrated value chain modernize the agricultural, enhancing the efficiency, sustainability. Next is AI tools, optimize resource use and food safety, waste reduction, etc. And this framework will promote a resilient and transparent agricultural system. And finally, this innovation will transform the traditional practice to a modernized and AI-enabled practice for the future generation. Next, please. So there is we have identified 3 future scope for research. First is using establishment of this model in the farmer's field by different interventions like training, advisory services, farm school, and after the different interventions, we have to identify the adaptation ratio. How the farmers is how much farmers is adapting this model. Is it beneficial for them or not? After that, we can be incorporate this framework as the policy level. So it's basically which what I have explained now. It is basically a very initiate or very preliminary study. We have to do a lot in this field in future. And next, these are some references. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes. Very good, very fascinating. But the question is with regard to adaptability. Larger question. So, friends, the house is open for discussion now. Any questions? Again, how many places you are?
So as I told before that it is a very preliminary study now. We have just taken expert advices and reviewed the different literatures related to the AI, which we can be incorporated in the agricultural value chain. So it is a very preliminary stage. We have this. No.
Any other question?
Just I feel to understand exactly what the problem you are addressing.
The problem and we are going to address is the traditional value chain model. Is what we are doing. We in the current scenario, in the present scenario, we are much more developed, much more digital oriented. The future generation.
Instead of human being taking the decision,
yes,
is just standby.
Using using the AI, sir, we can explore the global market, and by the human being without the AI, we can explore the global market.
Any other question? Okay. If there are no questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Finally, final paper of this session. I'm sorry. Kunal Singh from the same institute, analyzing the impact of network centrality and strategy logic cognitive math in NRS project. I think I just got an instruction from the director that last session there are hardly any presenters available. I think only one is left. So that will be merged with this session. Yeah, that will be merged with that also online paper. So
that is the intended to publish the paper, so
okay.
I'm trying to request. No problem. This one.
The last session.
No, last session is not going on.
So,
Yes, this time.
no, it's open. So, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kunal Singh, and one of the board member of my PhD committee, Dr. Shantarita Mishra, is actually work on that paper. So that topic is analyzing the impact of network centrality of on fuzzy logic cognitive mapping in different kind of natural resource management projects. So why that is important? Because understanding the impact of different kind of technological interventions in different NRM resource projects is crucial both for initiatives level and the sustainable rural livelihood. Another one is different kind of rural extension agencies, NGOs, and different kind of organizations are trying to implement different kind of intervention, which is focusing on the creating stakeholders network and integration of their knowledge into a cognitive maps. So by supporting local entrepreneurs, different kind of NRM projects or NRM activities can contribute the sustainable livelihood, rural economic growth, environmental conservations, and the community development. During this process, we evidence that during our study, two simultaneous development. One is network, another one is cognitive map. So to analyze that cognitive map and the network, we employ two different tools. One is social network analysis, another one is fuzzy logic cognitive mapping. While social network analysis is used to identify the roles of different actors in the network, which helps us to identify the access, the stakeholders or the actors, resource accessibility, their mentorship, identification of their marketing opportunities, they are encouraging knowledge sharing and market related information which help them to take their own decisions. And on the other hand, the FCM help us to articulate the complexities of the environment by combining qualitative and the quantitative assessment in the relationship with the variables. On the other hand, FCM help us to tracking the both decision making, problem solving, collaborating, customer related market and idea generation process.
Will you please explain that what do you mean by fuzzy logic cognitive mapping?
Fuzzy logic cognitive mapping, is it possible if I will I will give the demo of the particular process? So what is fuzzy logic cognitive mapping? Actually, what we know about the cognitive mapping, that is once someone experiencing something that is incorporating their thinking system and that create that already exist in their mindset like a map, like a mental model. But what fuzzy logic before that, basically binary logic or the boolean logic was used to placed in place of fuzzy logic. But what is the problem with the binary or the boolean logic? That is they act like the computer, like is it like a cup of tea? the computer will say you is it warm or cold, 0 or 1. But in case of fuzzy, that thinks like a human being. Like, is it warm? Is it lukewarm? Or is it cold or very cold or something? So during that process, what we employed, I will go further for the processing. So that process not only help us to identify which kind of impact people are actually evidencing, but also the intensity of that impact. Is it okay, sir? May I go for the next slide? So to address that problem, we actually identify two different questions: how the structure of the social network and the fuzzy logic cognitive mapping of different individual actors characterizing different type of natural resource management project, and different. Second thing is, what is the relationship between the actor's position in the social network and the cognitive structure of them in NRM projects? So we frame two different objectives. One is to identify the structure of the social network and the fuzzy logic cognitive mapping of the individual actor of different type of NRM projects. And another one is we try to explore the relationship between the actor's position in the network in their cognitive structures. So for the methodology, we're trying to ensure the heterogeneity of our study locations of our different kind of actors, or we can say the stakeholders, and we are trying to explore different projects, NRM related projects from different agroclimatic regions of across West Bengal. Here is the different agroclimatic regions are there, and the green dots are the project's location. Why we use that? Because we try to ensure the heterogeneity of the locations to actually to address the generalization, or to address the diversity of people and the diversity of region. So that is the entire process. So before that, we use for that study the purposeful snowball sampling, and try to ensure the concept saturation level. Before that, we identify the particular projects, and then the particular stakeholders who are the affected stakeholders. Then we elicited the cognitive map of the individual stakeholders, and also we collect the data of social network data from them, and then we code the map, individual maps into cognitive map. So here is the hack, sir. Is it possible to, if I will explain the process how the coding was given? So coding of the map was given between 1 to 10 in case of intensity, which is positive or negative. And after that, we draw a total holistic map, which we called as stakeholders cognitive map. Then we visualize. Apart from the visualization, we analyze the structure of the FCM map, and parallel we analyze the structure of the social network analysis. And at last, what we did, we run the visualization and the structural analysis in different mental modeler and UCINet software, and later on we of different kind of data we are trying to with the help of the statistical test, we trying to explore the correlations. Here is the objective one. So these two diagrams are reflecting two different kind of visualization. In right hand side, that is FCM, and in left hand side, that is SNA. And below there are different kind of statistics, structural level analysis are given. So from the first map, that is a cluster frontline demonstration project. What we found? We found the basically in SNA, the representative who are representing the project implementing agencies, they are actually dominating all the section, different kind of centrality like in degree, out degree, and betweenness. Not only that, in FCM, the study suggests that participants has a varying level of understanding about the system, and not only that, but general focuses on comprehensive approach of understanding the relationship. The variation of the complexity is high, in need of tailor-made interventions that will help their needs in future. That is the second project, that is backyard poultry farming projects. So as I mentioned before, I not only take different kind of location and I try to assure the heterogeneity with the different kind of projects as well. So here are also also evidences that different kind of PIA representatives are also dominating across the different kind of centralities. Not only that, participants showing very same kind of observation we have made, that participants have with different kind of system understandings were reflecting, and various kind of complexity scores pointed out in different perceptions of the people. That is animal husbandry for and fodder cultivation project. Same thing happening over there. Same observation and same reading was interpreted. Yes. Yes. And another is that is NICRA project, National Innovation and Climate Resilience Agriculture, and we evidence same things over and over there. What is our interpretation from that project is that those FPOs are joining with the project implementing agencies. They are working on the field, but due to some restrictions or due to some knowledge gap, the total entire cognitive system and even the network system was not developing in their field. But the project implementing agencies or other parallel agencies who are trying to improve such kind of conditions of the FPOs on the field, that is, they are actually playing the central role. Not only that, they are actually identifying the different kind of level of interventions. Not only that, they are different kind of complexities and trying to solve the problems of the people in the ground. And that is the relationship we try to explore among the network position and the cognitive structure. So the data was not given normally, distributed normally, so we employ impose a correlation, Spearman correlationship, and the non-black section of the left-hand side of the data table is the correlation values given over there. So that is the p-values, the level of significance of the here also the non-black sections are and highlighted non-black sections are normally significant. So what we found from the significant level relationship, that out degree, which is initiators have uh, different kind of cognitive effect or cognitive impact, because due to their exchange of knowledge with other people and their training and interventions try help them to develop it. Other than that, the in degree and the betweenness centrality only contributed in two parts of the structure, cognitive structure, that is the total connection and the connection per components. What are the findings over there? The network centrality is measured through SNA and various SNA and different kind of metrics between the SNAs and FCMs are correlated. Nodes with high betweenness centrality and social network act as a crucial information, which is bridging significantly shaping the FCM structures, because that is not only addressing the connections but also the connection per components. That is quite obvious with that. And nodes with high in-degree centrality in the social network influence the FCM structure and sizes. Also, it is acting like a key information aggregation and distribution center. And about the out degree centrality, that is the most important crucial role player in the development of the cognitive structure. When the it is overall except complexity, it is overall addressing all the different aspects of knowledge that is representing or that is trying to develop the different kind of intervention and the project related success. The positive correlation between the FCM metrics and the FCM and SNA metrics indicating that meaningful correlation between social network structure and cognitive mapping, as well as the network facilitate the knowledge sharing and hence enhancing the cognitive structure of the stakeholders. So how that kind of study will help the entrepreneurs in rural areas? Uh, First, it will help to identify the key influencers, who are the influencers who can give them the benefits or the chances. Such kind of study will not only help to identify their network, but also who are the important role player during information or knowledge sharing, what kind of collaboration that they are required, active information sharing centers, network development during that entire process. They will get a targeted support from different kind of intervention or policymaker organization, and not only that, through that network they can access the resources. By applying this insight, rural entrepreneurs can leverage their social network to access resource, knowledge, support, ultimately contributed in their successful and develop their self and communities. Here are the references. I would like to thanks ICSSR to funding my field and other research facilities. And thank you.
Can you share the slide? Actually, we are trying to publish the paper, so that is a part of the paper. So it is quite difficult for us. So without the permission of my guardian, it's not possible. But anything you can ask me on mail.
Well, you stay there. There are
Yes, sir.
one or two questions.
Actually, since you are applying the social network analysis on natural resource management project, you have to define what are the actors in your resource management, system, and what relations between the actors must be defined. Otherwise, the social network cannot come to you. So it is first. This is my first question. Okay. So second question, you have the FCM applied here. So what is you have also mentioned the FCM structure analysis, and the SNA structure analysis. SNA structure analysis will give you mainly the relational structure. Yes. That's why I am asking is what are the nodes, what are the actors, and what are the relations between the actors. So otherwise, SNA structural analysis means the relational structural analysis. So FCM will give the structural analysis means what is the meaning? I don't know.
Sir, at first, what you were asking for, what is my boundary when we are considering the SNA structure? Not boundary, that who are the structures or the role players? Mainly those actors who are related to the projects, project intervention, the beneficiaries, or the PIA representative, or what I am considering the different kind of projects. That's mean there are field coordinators or field representatives actually who are directly involved with that projects. Not only that, when we are trying to implement such kind of projects in a particular section, not only a particular organization or a PIA or the project implementing agency plays the role, but also parallel organizations are there, different kind of extension institutions are there, NGOs are there. So who are trying to influence such kind of relationship or the such kind of projects in a direct way, different kind of intervention or something, we are considering those people only. HCM and the actually HCM is a methodology to understand the cognitive development of the people of the.
If you do not define the relationship between the pairs of actors, so when you are considering the social network, there are two things. One thing is the actors, another thing is the relationship between the actors.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, social network concept will not come to. So first, I have understood the actors. So now we define the relationship between the relationship. We first define between the actors.
Okay, and that is the
Otherwise, you cannot make the trial.
Convey.
Okay, that's fine.
That's okay. That's okay. Yes, sir.
Degrees of freedom in your SPM means degree of freedom was 95% was significance level, and number of sample was 35, 34.
No, he's asking the degrees of freedom, not the level of freedom.
Degrees of freedom, and there is a number of sample accepted. 33 degree of freedom. 33. Yes. Okay. And significance level was 95%.
Yeah, some really valid data or something like that. And
Actually, that data was taken. That was not such kind of variables was there. That was totally exploratory interview.
Interviews were there. Yes, only the interviews were there. Not
What type of questions you are asking?
Yes, sir.
Which what type of questions you are asking?
Yes, sir. There are
Please,
checking.
can we avoid cross-talking behind? Can we avoid this interaction between us? Yeah.
So during that time, what we ask what kind of which kind of intervention you have, which kind of organizations are working with that kind of projects. Is it the only organization that is helping you in this particular project, or parallel other organizations are there who are playing significant role in their projects? But which kind of impact you are evidencing? Is there any kind of development of your production or productivity during that project or not? There are any kind of catastrophic or there are any kind of risk are present over there or not? Is it directly influencing your projects or not? Which kind of intervention, particularly is it input or any kind of technological interventions are present over there or not? And how it is impacting your projects, your cognition? Not only that, you are getting any kind of training or not. If you are getting any kind of training that is bringing any kind of knowledge or not. So such kind of procedure.
All right, all right. Okay, I'll stop this presentation. I think one last paper presentation is left.
Just you see that you can join online, otherwise not taking.
Thank you, sir.
See, Dr. Rathi said, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there okay? Otherwise, I think I will not. Right. So I think we should stop then. I think. Yeah. So we can wind up the program for today.
Okay. Thank you. I thank Dr. Hanchal Dara and the ISI and other organizers, the staff giving this opportunity, and also the audience for following this session. Thank you very much.
Yes.